worry about this.
Okay. So we're going to get, I think we're going to get going this time. People on the phone right now? Can you hear me? Anybody?
Yes,
we can hear you.
we can hear you now.
We can't hear them hardly. I can't hardly hear them.
We can barely hear you.
You can barely hear me. Okay, we've been having some technical issues with the sound, so we're trying to get that fixed right now.
Okay.
Is that any better?
About the same.
About the same? Who do I have out there online right now?
Dana Malone.
Dana Malone? Anyone else?
Leslie Hopper Sola.
One at a time, folks. This is Noe Saldana with UT San Antonio. Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Good morning.
This is Alan Headley from A&M Commerce.
What was that again?
Alan Headley, A&M Commerce.
Alan Headley. Hi.
Hi.
Anyone else?
Karen Dahlberg and Suzanne Acevedo from UT Brownsville.
Okay.
Good morning.
Hannah Pinto from UT Arlington.
Okay.
Jackie Potensky, University of Houston Downtown.
All right.
Good morning. This is Shola Ewulo from Texas State University, Houston.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Valoria Nance from Texas A&M University in Texarkana.
Okay.
This is Carrie Brown, Stephen F. Austin.
Don Kirkpatrick, UT Tyler.
Tammy Holiday, Galveston.
Tammy Holiday. Okay.
Michelle Wilson, UTD.
Michelle Wilson. Okay.
Leslie Hopper, Sul Ross State University.
What was that last one? Leslie Hopper?
Leslie Hopper, Sul Ross State University, Alpine.
Okay. Is that it? On the phone. Okay, so here at the coordinating board, this is the
UTPB.
Jeff Brown, A&M International.
Jeff Brown. Okay. Anyone else on the phone?
Karen Smith, UTPB.
Karen Smith. Where was that? Permian Basin? Karen, that was Permian Basin? Okay.
This is Carrie Brown. Did you get me?
Yes, Carrie Brown.
Okay, thank you.
And if anyone's trying to get to the webcast right now, I think I told you to go to the events page. You can also get that just by going to the THECB main page, and it should be right on top of the page. This is the Restricted Research Expenditures Advisory Committee. So we've got one agenda item, and that is to go through the list of research expenditure awards that y'all send in, and to classify them as restricted research or not. So let's see what we're going to do here. Just real quick, we're going to go through the room, and everyone will say their name and where you're from here, and that way the phone people will know who's here at the board. So I'm Dale Cherry, and I'll be kind of guiding us through this process today. So let's start. Where are we going to start at? Let's start over here at the very corner. I've got our.
Sure, I'm Kevin Lemoyne, Deputy Assistant Commissioner of Academic Affairs and Research here at the Coordinating Board.
Roberto Figueroa, Physical Research,
Okay, and let's wind up here to Harvey.
Harvey Cannell, Texas A&M University, Corpus Christi.
Okay.
Christy Lemon, Director of Sponsored Projects, University of North Texas.
Okay.
Ballmeyers, University of Houston, Clear Lake.
Oh, don't touch the microphones. Just kidding. They told me to remind you guys to just leave the microphones where they're sitting. You don't have to touch them. They're sensitive enough to catch your voice without having to move them up any closer. Sorry about that. Okay.
Very good. Kathleen Harris, Texas Tech University.
All right.
Karen Downey, West Texas A&M.
Okay.
Mike Blanda, Texas State.
All right.
Pablo Arenas, Provost and Vice President for Academic Affairs, Texas A&M International University.
Okay.
University of Texas El Paso.
All right.
Joanne Engelbrecht, Texas Women's University.
Okay.
Patty Hamilton, Midwestern State University.
Sandra Garcia, Texas A&M University, Keensville.
Okay.
Nancy Ward, University of Houston.
Okay. And we've got Bert Little from Tarleton State University, and we've got a UNT system person. Is that correct? Okay. In attendance. Okay. So let's see here. We've got about 200.
There's 2 women back there that we missed.
All right, we've got some staff people also watching this stuff. We've got Suzanne Pickens and Donna Carlin, and I've got staff back here helping me run what you see on the screen. Elizabeth Mayer, Ernest Jaquez, and Ronald Cornelius. Last year we had, I think, 2 people back there helping me. The year before that, 1. Now I've got 3.
There. Shows you how important you are.
So what we do, y'all send in a set of awards that you say is restricted research, and then in a couple of months we'll be asking you for restricted research expenditures based on these awards on this list that are deemed to be restricted research. And you get. I have to apologize for the system. We got this new system going where you log in and you get to mark the awards questionable, but it was very late getting it set up, and it kind of cut into the time that you had to review them. So I'm sorry about that. There was about 5 institutions that were able to get on there and mark questionables. Staff here was doing that too, and so this is what we came up with. So now I told you today to prepare for awards that were 100K and higher. Next week we're gonna meet on Thursday just by teleconference only and talk about the lower awards. So today's just 100,000K awards, and if we should happen to finish early and have some time left over, we can kind of delve into some of those issues. But my plan is to finish before 4 p.m. And if we're still going at 4 p.m., we're just going to stop at 4 p.m. and get y'all, release y'all so you can get going towards home. Okay. So if you're following out there on the phones, on your browsers, you want to be sorted and selected the same way we are here. So we're all looking at the same thing. Okay. Did anyone just join us on the phone recently?
Ann Pollock from Tarleton.
Ann Pollock. Okay.
And Sandy Brown from the A&M system. And Dale, would you tell us how you got it sorted so we'll have it the same way?
Sure. Right now we're looking at what you would get if you just opened up that page. So all institutions, FY 2010, no filter. I rigged it last night to where we could get the set of there's 217 questionables that we're going to be looking at today. And I've got one of the filters rigged where it'll bring up just those 217. So for the filter, choose flag undetermined. So right now we're looking at all institutions, FY 2010, flag undetermined. And the number of awards should be 217. So is everybody out in phone land good with that? Can you see you can see the 217?
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we've got 3 institutions: Texas Tech, UT Dallas, and University of Houston. All have, let's see, the lowest count out of those 3 institutions. UT Dallas has 27 questionables. University of Houston has 30. Texas Tech has 71. So, and the rest of the institutions are, let's see, 18 and under. So right now, I want to talk to you just real quick about a strategy to what kind of order you want to take these in. I think we should do 1 or maybe 2 of the ones with larger numbers in the morning, and leave 1 for the afternoon, and mix it with other institutions. Is everyone okay with me just picking them?
Sure.
As I go? Sure. Okay. Everyone's good with that? Okay.
Yeah.
And I know I've got some emails from you talking about withdrawing this one. I've got notes on those that's the one that should be withdrawn, but I haven't set a status for it other than questionable. So when we get to those, if you can remind me, or when we hit them, we'll deal with them as we come to them. Okay.
I think we just lost your audio.
Can you hear me?
No, we're not talking. Period of silence.
Yeah. Everyone's waiting to see who's going to be first.
Yeah.
Did someone just join us on the phone?
Yes, Teresa Bailey from the University of Texas, Pan America.
All right. Hi, Risa.
Stuart Wright from Lamar. I had to rejoin you. I was cut off. AT&T said that at the request of the host sponsor that I was cut off, and so I had to recall in.
Sorry about that, Stuart. We had some technical difficulties right there at the beginning. We've got everything resolved now, though.
Okay.
Okay. So, does anyone want to go first?
Hey, I'll go first, Dale.
Stuart
Wright, Lamar University.
All right.
Yeah, I can expedite our single case. Jerry Lynn's DoD research project. That's actually a continuing project that was begun in FY08, and I put it on there mistakenly. I looked last year and it wasn't there, but it's a continuing project. And just for the record, it was approved as a restricted research project.
That one was approved in a previous year. So,
yeah, in FY08.
So that's the agency's DoD. That's probably research. Does anyone have a problem with that? Okay, let's say yes on that one.
Yes.
Can you say the number, at least at the beginning, so
14,900.
14,900.
Is it flat?
Elizabeth, can you just hit your refresh button and make sure we got that one? All right. So we know we can mark one yes.
216.
Any other institution want to go first?
I'll go.
Here we're going to hit.
Let's get the party started.
We're going to go Texas State University, San Marcos.
Okay. I'd like to go ahead and discuss the one out of health professions. Let me get the PI will be Fenton. I'm trying to find the right.
11873.
Thank you. 11873. I've got it listed on another one, on another page. Texas State, we're going to be talking about a series of training and curriculum development programs that does have an extensive amount of research component to them. They have been historically, I think, viewed as public service, but we've been working with the PIs aggressively over the last couple of years to build in research components, particularly in programs like Math Ed, where we have a new PhD, and criminal justice. So with this particular program, it's called PureHit, and what PureHit is professional university resources and education for health information technology. It's designed to deploy a wide range of university-based educational options to train personnel to support meaningful use of health information technology. The new knowledge or model that's going to be developed or extracted from this program will be two of the following questions. Do the grant-funded curricula adequately prepare trainees to fill the 6 federally defined HIT professional roles? The anticipation is that it will vary widely based on trainee previous knowledge and experience. And then the second question is, do the 6 federally defined HIT professional roles meet employer needs for HIT professionals, health information technology? And again, the anticipation is that the 6 defined roles do not meet employer needs and other roles will emerge. So in order to define or to eliminate those two thesis questions, there's going to be a certain type or amount of data collected. The project will collect a wide range of data, including curriculum program, evaluation questionnaires and surveys, applications, the number of matriculating individuals, number of graduating, the trainee grades, student and peer evaluations of the faculty, clinical and internship evaluations, both students and mentors, graduate surveys assessing their perceived level of preparedness, employer surveys assessing the preparedness of the graduates to fill requirements of their positions. There's quite a bit of dissemination. This program is really just getting started. We got the award in March. They haven't had a chance to disseminate any results as yet, but I've gotten a list here of the typical types of professional peer-reviewed journals that this type of information will come out of, or be disseminated to. So based on this information, we're sort of invoking from the SAM guidelines, I guess it would be E2, where it says curriculum development projects may be considered as R&D when the primary purpose is developing and testing an institutional or educational model through appropriate research methodologies such as data collection, evaluation, dissemination, and publication. So that's our rationale on that one.
Just to keep going down this road a little bit, a lot of projects, a lot of awards have assessment components. So it might be the assessment component is only 10 or 15% of the total activity. So we've kind of addressed this question before, and I think it's important that we keep it in front of us at all times, and that is that sometimes the assessment isn't really the project or isn't really the purpose of the funding. So what it sounds like from your explanation today is that it started out that way. But
not this one. This is a brand new award.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a brand new award in March. to develop and deliver curriculum for health information technology. And so the assessment part is critical and significant so that they can test the efficacy of what is being developed and delivered, how it's received, and then ultimately the learning outcome.
Is this a new program at your
It's a
school?
new program.
So you have new
well, health information
faculty.
is not a new department in our College of Health Professions. Dr. Fenton is a relatively new faculty member in that department. This is an ARA award that came out of NIH.
Is it a multiple-year award?
Yes.
But you have the dissemination and publication in...
No, she just provided me a list of typical journals that the results would be. We just got started in March, so there hasn't been enough time to generate results. We just got the award notification, in March.
So the dollars in the budget are for developing the model?
Some are paying trainee tuition, some are supplies. I can pull a brief description. We have stipends, trainee tuition fees, institutional allowance. I'm not sure. I needed to break that out a little bit more.
The primary purpose is developing and testing. Well, they are developing and testing.
How much of the budget is for the stipends and the trainees?
The total $5 million. Trainee tuition is 2.6. Stipends is $435,000. So about half is stipends and tuition.
Question, if this is just a normal evaluation of a new curriculum that's being developed, if you look at the CFDA, there's it's for developing and expanding health information programs. So is there something other than a normal curriculum evaluation associated with this project?
No, that's essentially the essence of it. That's why we are looking at the guidance E2 that describes how curriculum development projects can be considered as R&D. D2? I'm sorry. D2. Sorry.
Is this designed as a model demonstration project?
Are you talking about in what terms in terms of a demonstration?
Well, are you developing this curricula for evaluation and broad dissemination of the curriculum?
Absolutely.
Or is it for local use?
No, absolutely. It's broad dissemination.
And are the students that are being paid the stipends, are they actually working on helping develop the model, or are they just attending class?
No, they're attending the training courses, some of the participant tuition fees.
I'm sorry, I might have missed that. What are the training courses that they're being trained on? What type of training courses?
Health information management technology, database, like technology.
Are we sort of thinking of this as these students are research subjects?
Correct.
So the students are receiving stipend for participating in the research?
Participating in the class.
So that they can evaluate how they interpret the curriculum and how well it was received.
How well the curriculum addresses the need of the health information industry. That's what the research is. So there'll be some in terms of the actual curriculum that's used in training, but then there's a component that evaluates how well did the curriculum meet the needs of the industry, and then dissemination of that information.
Can you tell me again how much?
So they'll be the students will be receiving certificates. Basically.
How much money's allowed for the stipends again? I'm sorry.
About $2 million out of the 5. 2.6. So it's a relatively large study over a number of years.
Are only the students that are being studied are only those that are receiving stipends from this, or are there other students mixed in with this group? In other words, could this be done with all students on any and all students on campus that are enrolled in this program?
I don't think these would be. No, these aren't campus students per se. These are professionals in the field that are coming to Texas State to receive this training.
Let me retry my question. I think what I'm asking is, are we paying the students so that they do enroll in this so that we can do this study?
Correct.
Or are there other students in this who are not receiving?
No, I think the sole use of the tuition is to incentivize participants in the study.
So those are the only students in this?
To my understanding.
In this program that you're developing?
Correct. That's my understanding.
You've designated $2.6 million for the stipends. How much is designated for like the publications? Because you're still not at 50% of the funding. Is there other funds that are used?
I don't have that detailed budget breakout for publication dissemination.
What are some of the uses of the funds?
Well, it's very broad defined. It says institutional allowance is 2.1. I'm sure that's going to cover some of the costs that you mentioned, as well as travel, and then it's stipends, and then tuition fees, and then the regular F&A.
Will the tuition fees be for the students that are receiving the stipends?
That I don't know. The stipends are probably going to the trainers.
Oh, to the trainers?
Yeah, that's my guess. Let me see if I can dig that out here. A little bit more detail.
I'm tipped towards including this, and my reason is that if we're bringing students in, it's essentially like paying subjects for any kind of experiment we do. So in that sense, I'm tipped towards having this be a fit with the one you're recommending, D2.
That's our thought.
I would agree with that. As a curriculum development, we have a lot of projects like this where we develop the curriculum, study the results, publish the results, and then go on and refine the development, and so I would agree with that.
And non-physical sciences, I've learned that's a fairly routine course of research.
I agree as well.
Any other questions on this one? All right, let's go ahead and make that one a yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I don't have my reference numbers here very well. Let me see if I can pick up the next one I wanted to do. Let's do 11790, dynamic geometry in the classrooms. Everybody there? NSF-funded program. Okay, so again, this is going to fall under the category D2 again from our assessment. This is part of a new math education PhD program in the math department at Texas State. The project will be conducting repeated randomized controlled trials of an approach to high school geometry that utilizes dynamic geometry software and supporting instructional materials to supplement ordinary instructional practices. It compares effects of the intervention with standard instruction that does not make use of computer drawing tools. The basic hypothesis of the study is the use of dynamic geometry software to engage students in constructing mathematical ideas.
Mike, as far as I'm concerned, you could stop at that point.
Okay.
Make that one yes.
All right.
I mean, do we...
Yeah, no, I think that's going to help speak. Okay, let's go with another that's related to our math ed program, and that would be one of the smaller awards from Dr. Warschauer. Let's see if I can find that one on the list. This would be 11767 MathWorks. 11767.
Mike, is that under 100K?
Yes.
It's not doing those.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm looking at the 156,940 then. 11772. Sorry. 11772. 156,940. MathWorks has been a program that we've had at Texas State, developed by Dr. Warschauer and other colleagues for a number of years. It's traditionally been, this is one of those ones, Harvey, that has been traditionally characterized as public service at our university, even though the principal investigators have argued that it is in fact research. And then with the advent of the PhD program, we started taking a more conscious effort in working with the PIs to understand what is the research component. So the related research questions include, how do we best prepare teachers? Again, so this is training trainers to a large extent. How do we best prepare teachers to engage all students in doing mathematics at a high level? How do we best prepare all students to succeed in algebra? What are the strengths and weaknesses of the MathWorks curriculum? Can we analyze how students learn mathematics, and what are important elements in curriculum needed to promote student understanding? So the types of data that will be collected, one of the goals of the project is to develop a model that will prepare all students to succeed in algebra by the end of the 8th grade or earlier. So along with this curriculum, MathWorks has also developed an integrated teacher program as well. So for both the teacher training and the curriculum projects, the data that's going to be gathered to evaluate the program effectiveness, it will include pre- and post-tests of algebra readiness using the Orleans-Hanna Algebra Prognosis Test, attitude surveys, student scores on state tests such as the Texas Assessment of Knowledge and Skills, or the TAKS test.
Any questions on this one? All right, make that one now.
Okay. Let's jump to criminal justice. We had a series of grants. I think there are 4 awards from Mr. William Montague is the designated PI. I'm trying to find them. It looks like 11791 is one of them. I'm sorry, I didn't copy those reference numbers.
11827 is one.
11827.
11825.
Thank you.
11828. And then 11791.
Thank you very much. Again, curriculum development. In this case, just to give you some background, if you recall the shooting incident that occurred at Fort Hood, I guess it's been over a year ago now, The individual who ultimately took down that perpetrator was one of the graduates of the ALERT program. She confronted the perpetrator, and based on her training from this program, was able to put an end to, help put an end to what was going on. They break their training and assessment of the training into a couple of categories. ALERT originally started as a program for training first responders for law enforcement. Based on the success of those programs, the National Guard has now contracted for training National Guard for along the border and their involvement there. And so of the 3 grants that involve training, they're basically similar in scope and in types of the data collected. The difference is the audience that they deliver the training to. So 2 are to municipal law enforcement constables, and then 1 is to National Guard members. There's a 4th one on there that I'll talk about later, but that depends on how the decision goes on these. So ALERT, as I told you, is Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training. It trains law enforcement personnel across the country to deal with active shooter situations. There's 2 basic types of training courses. It's a 2-day process in one case, a 5-day process in another. Collects a variety of information to evaluate the impact of the training. Participant reactions are captured at the end of each training session, and to assess the knowledge gained, a knowledge test is administered at the beginning and end of each course. Then they look at other sort of behavioral changes and how to assess those. Surveys, typically, and survey questions tend to be the mechanism for that. There's also some physical data collected as well. They have biosensors. Some of the participants wear biosensors, and those biosensors monitor things like heart rate, and there's another physical measure that they're using, and that's how fast a response time of a shooter can be. For example, when a perpetrator has a hostage, the study, one of the components of the study is, can the law enforcement officer, does he literally and physically have time to pull his weapon and fire a shot while the perpetrator has a gun drawn himself? So there's some physical data being collected as well in terms of response times and heart rates and other physiological activity. And then there are the efficacy of the training itself, the pre and post exams, and then the surveys that are administered to the participants. So there's 3 awards that fall under that training aspect. In terms of dissemination, the types of places where these are disseminated, the Criminal Justice Department, particularly Dr. Peter Blair, has this one manuscript in preparation. I'm trying to find where this goes to. It's for the Law and Human Behavior journal, Law and Human Behavior. There's also publications in various sheriff magazines, and then professional publications like the Texas Tactical Police Officers Association. So there is a fairly broad dissemination of the research results.
Any questions on this one? Any questions at all? So you're saying there's 3
training, and then there's a facility, right? And so I would use, again, D2 for the 3 training and curriculum development awards, and then there is a $950,000 award that we received from the Office of the Governor to literally build a portable facility for where the training actually occurs. And so if the 3 awards were listed or classified as research, then we would use, I guess it's A3, external funding to maintain facilities and equipment, for the fourth award.
Hey, Dale, Stuart Wright from Lamar University. I have a couple of red flags here that come up. One is that the recipient of the grant, Mr. William D., the last name is cut off. Looks like he's a non-PhD, and it's in an applied arts program.
Absolutely.
So I'm really wondering how much research is really being conducted here.
Well, we've talked about that, and like I said in the past, this was not classified as a research project. But with the advent, and again, of the doctoral program in criminal justice, Don Montague, who was a former sheriff down in Hays County, actively recruited faculty from the criminal justice department to bolster the research component. So you're exactly correct. The PI, Don Montague, is not a tenure track faculty, but some of the folks he's recruited is.
Do we know how much of the budget is devoted to the assessment and the evaluation components?
That's statement work. Let's see. Just taking an example of one of the awards, this is the one that says 1194. I'm trying to track that to which one of these. I've got two reference numbers. One is my internal reference number. But just to kind of give you an example, they're all in the sort of $1.2 to $1.6 million range. So looking at the training costs, about $344,000 is in personnel, $101,000 would be in supplies. These are things like targets, actual guns, some other cartridges and other expendables. You've got administrative support, adjunct instructor training costs. So that's fairly high in the form of $746,000. So the costs are broken out. I'm just not sure if they give you the insight that you are looking for.
Yeah, according to those numbers, you have over $1 million in just training and curriculum and salary. I think it's a weak argument to make it this research.
I also have a question about, did you say that you were building a facility for training?
Correct. Yeah, the $950,000 award is for a portable facility to conduct the training.
Well, how would that be considered research?
I am using the definition of R&D given on page A1 of the SAM for external funding to maintain facilities or equipment and or operation of a center or facility that would be used for R&D. So,
but is it a training facility or an R&D facility?
If the training is classified as R&D, then the facility that it's administered at would fall under A3. That's our rationale.
The tools that are being used to evaluate the participants physically and otherwise, did the funding for the project develop those tools that are then being applied to evaluate, or are those tools that were existing that are being applied? Do you know what I mean? Did this program develop the evaluation tools, or are they existing tools that are just being used to evaluate?
I think they're typically existing tools. I mean, they're obviously constructed from a specific manner, to address the technical information that's delivered in the training.
Right.
And these individuals have been delivering this type of training for about 10 years. So they're fairly accomplished at what types of questions and what type of assessment. And then they get feedback from the various law enforcement agencies that they deliver the training to.
I'm going to raise a question. Last year, we applied for money, $15 million, to build a building which would have had research on the wall, on the exterior wall. As you drive up to it, you've seen the word research. $15 million is a lot of money. We didn't get it, unfortunately. However, it's still research, but I had trouble fitting it into A3 because it was construction of a building, not maintaining it.
Or operating it.
Or operating it.
We also have a huge new facility called a research center, and we aren't including it either for the construction of that building.
We got funded for a construction of a greenhouse where they were going to be doing plant research, but again, it was construction, so we did not count it as research. But that's just one of your...
That's one of the four, yeah.
Well, I guess my question is, you said that they've been doing this training for 10 years. Why is it, I mean, the fact that you've added some evaluation components, I'm not really understanding why it's primarily a research project.
Well, I think the research aspect of it, again, comes in the form of how effective is the curriculum, right? And so I think over the time frame that I discussed, and it's been about 10 years that Alert has been funded.
It sounds like that it's not that you're developing a model that's going to be disseminated and used by others. It's just that you're evaluating your program for improvement.
But the program is offered and administered to statewide and actually nationwide now law enforcement agencies. So it's not a model that's then handed over to other agencies. It's basically, I guess, done on a contract basis where these various military installations or various law enforcement agencies contract with the Alert team to go there or to come to Texas State and use the facility, during the 2- and 5-day training session.
Any more questions on this one? What are we going to say about this one?
Well, I think there are two questions,
okay,
Dale. One is construction of buildings part of restricted research? And that's separate from the other point, which is the piece. I think what we're hearing Mike say is that they've added an assessment component to this project for the funding round that they've gone into now, whereas they didn't have that in earlier years. That's what I think he's saying.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And it's much more rigorous and much more comprehensive. I think in the early years they were developing these types of training modules, and now it's matured to the point where they can actually
But if we count construction, we should count it for everybody or for nobody.
So one of them's primarily construction?
Correct. The $950,000 award is for that one right there. Correct. That's the training system.
They're building a training system.
Correct.
But it's that's the same thing as building a building.
It's a portable building. It's a portable, where they rappel off of it and they do a lot of stuff. There's rooms that they can do tactical exercises in. That's the area where they'll wear the biosensors as they go room to room to find bad guys. And
I'm leaning towards the construction one not being research and the other three supporting the curriculum model.
This building that you're building could some other if they didn't use it, could some other department move into it?
No, it's kind of a shell basically, and it's specifically designed for that. So it wouldn't be a multi-use building at all. You couldn't hold classes per se.
Okay, so what do y'all think about this one? You don't want this one, and talk about?
I would if the building were built specifically for research, then my tendency would be to count it, even though, in fact, there's nothing in the definition that includes construction. Like when you talk about construction of a greenhouse.
So that was the closest thing I could find in the same.
It seems to me that would normally be research. But I have a question just about the overall program, whether it's primarily for research or if it's primarily training with some research aspects to it.
Well, I think it's only because of the change in their program priorities that it may be now better described that way.
I think that's our sentiment, yeah.
I'd like to echo what Harvey said in that the added components of research or assessment and evaluation have made it a stronger case, but I don't think it rises to the level that we would expect to approve it for research. It still looks like to me, and particularly with the budgetary numbers he gave us, still looks like it's predominantly training.
Well, and I think we'd have to go back to the exact objectives that this money, the outcomes for the project, to make sure that a majority of the objectives are to disseminate and develop the model.
Well, I mean, that's what this is.
Do you have the abstract?
I have a, project abstract. This is for the $1.29 million, right? So Texas State University San Marcos, seeks $1.2 million for law enforcement training in response to active shooter situations. Funding will allow the Advanced Law Enforcement Rapid Response Training Program, that's at LERD at Texas State, to train law enforcement officers across the nation to effectively address and stop an active shooter, right?
Train officers.
Well, train officers, and then they train the trainers as well. So we will offer basic active shooter training, train the trainer, and a full support for a certified instructor-led basic active shooter training. So there's kind of 3 training type of courses.
And I see that as one objective, but what are the objectives about how you're going to develop the model, what is the model expected, and how you're going to evaluate that model?
Okay.
What are those?
That comes from, let me see if I can find it in the actual program. What we do is we query the PIs, and then the PIs give us their response.
This is probably going to come down to how each of us feel about whether this is an education project or an education project that can fit D2, fitting a research model. On the building one, I'd like to go back to that again. May I?
Sure, go ahead. I mean, you're right. I mean,
if we include buildings, it would have to be under A1. Dale was kind of making a statement, I think, to call, if it's a building for research, it meets the concept of research for Texas. And if it does, Dale, I would see that as fitting in A1, AI.
This one here?
Very first one, right.
What awards to university faculty?
So if you get a building that you only do research in, I guess that's an award to the university to do research. Wow, we could have somebody giving us a $100 million building really skew our awards one year.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not saying...
It sounds like it's more like equipment
building,
for what they're doing.
Project,
yeah. Right. That's a piece of equipment. I mean, another department couldn't just move into this thing and use it for classrooms.
It's not going to be a general use facility.
But you can't just go out and buy a piece of repelled.
Right. Then we're back to the other question: is this are we talking about a program to provide education or training?
The abstract that you read, all we talked about was training.
Right. We talked about training, but on page 6 of that discussion, there is performance measures that are listed, and I guess it refers to in addition to testing, evaluation, and remediation of all levels of classes.
Mike, it kind of comes down to, I think, in my mind, that number one is we all have assessment pieces to almost every project we have awarded now.
Correct.
But abstract should tell us what the real goal of the project is. Is it the assessment piece, or is it the training piece? And I think that's the distinction we're trying to grope with here.
I agree. I think that is a decision we make with a number of our curriculum development and training projects, is whether or not the assessment component is a routine assessment of how it is, or if it's truly the goal of the project is to assess it for dissemination as a model project.
Well, I'm not sure if the budgets will give a lot of insight into that. I mean, obviously, this program is to deliver training. Obviously, there are assessment components built in to test the efficiency of the training. There's data collected, disseminated. So I think it's just going to come down to how individuals view these types of programs.
So what I'm hearing is no, we're going to say no to this one, right? Or are we going to say no to that group, or do we need to look at these separately?
I think he introduced them as a group.
Introduced them as a group, the 3 training ones, sure. Like I said, the real difference between those are, who the audience is, and it's military versus civil law enforcement.
So we're going to say no on those 3.
I'm leaning towards no on all 4 of them.
Okay.
Right.
4? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought there were just 3. There's 4.
There's building, training, and 1 construction.
We're all 4 and all 4. All right, don't get those. Let's move on to the next one then.
Let's go with 11830. Again, it'll be teacher training. So the teacher residency program for critical shortage areas, it's a 5-year federally funded research initiative designed to positively impact student achievement in mathematics and science, particularly in high-need schools. Let's see. Each teacher resident will receive a fairly substantial stipend, $35,000 stipend, for 1 year as an incentive to participate in the program. We've had programs like this similarly in the past that were approved here, the Stellar program last year in particular. Some of the program goals are to recruit and select academically talented and diverse cohorts of teacher residency program participants, provide a high-quality preparation program that combines academic coursework in math, science, special ed, and pedagogy with extensive field-based professional experience. Collect, analyze data needed to evaluate the effectiveness of the teacher residency program. Significantly improve the retention rate of first-year high-quality teachers in mathematics and science.
1830.
And so when we look at what type of data is to be collected, it will be a broad array of both qualitative and quantitative data, again, to determine the efficiency and effectiveness of the novel approach to teacher preparation. Let me see if we get to the new knowledge or model that is anticipated to that comes out that the data will support Texas State Teacher Residency Program. It will be a new and innovative model, innovative technology-focused, field-based dynamic model for teacher preparation. I'm sorry, I don't know if there was a question.
In your abstract, can you cover the objectives again?
Goals are to recruit and select academically talented and diverse cohorts of teacher residency program participants, those will be teachers, right? Provide a high-quality preparation program that combines academic coursework, particularly in math, science, and special education, and pedagogy with extensive field-based professional experiences. Facilitate in the placement and hiring of teacher residency program graduates into high-need secondary schools in Texas to address certain shortages. Significantly improve the retention rate of first-year high-quality teachers in mathematics and science, and then collect and analyze data needed to evaluate the effectiveness of the teacher residency program, and in the process quantify improvements in teacher retention rates and student achievements in math, science programs.
Well, I'm still looking for the dissemination and publication.
The dissemination aspect, and that was a specific question, so how will the results of the research be disseminated? Again, since it's a relatively new program that hasn't occurred as yet, but the peer-reviewed results from this will be presented, obviously, at annual conferences, such as the American Association of Colleges for Teacher Education, American Education Research Association, the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics, the National Science Teachers Association, and then you've got various peer-reviewed journals, such as the Journal of Teacher Education, Journal of Research in Mathematics Education, and Journal of Special Education, and American Educational Research Journal, and then the Bilingual Research Journal. So in our curriculum and instruction department, these would be, I guess, typical professional journals where this will be disseminated.
How much of the funding is allowed for the teacher stipends? I know you indicated $35,000.
$35,000 per head, and let me see if I can find the total. And it was for the stipends itself. I'm looking at the budget now. I'm trying to find it. $250,000 in training stipends.
Out of a total of $611,000?
No, let's see. Oh yeah, for that year. I'm sorry. Yeah, $250,000 out of the 611. That's correct.
I'm concerned that the abstract doesn't talk about it in terms of research, and the CFDA that we were shown also is not referring to it as research.
Well, again, the research component is inherent into the program in terms of how effective is the training curriculum.
Yeah, but I think even if that's the intention of the sponsor...
And it is listed as one of the goals.
If it's the intention of the sponsor on the CFDA, it's usually listed as a mixed purpose, where you can elaborate on the research components as opposed to the training components. And it's not written that way either, just from looking at multiple ones where we're using the 2D2. And does it discuss particularly and describe a model? Or is it just assessment of the program that will be used internally for that program? Even though I realize some of the results may eventually end up in journals. Is there going to be a formalized program for disseminating the model?
Well, it's through contracts with the various school districts that the participants are coming from. So that's how the model gets disseminated, is that the participants that go through the program would then take this back home to their home districts.
What I usually look for with these, in order to help qualify them, is the full cycle of the process. Creating the tool, evaluating the tool, going back and reworking the tool, whether it's the curriculum or a training or whatever.
Well, over the 5-year process, and this would be year one of a multi-year process. I'm sure that type of activity is going to occur. I mean, we're just getting started with year one, and so there will be the initial training, the initial presentation of the material to the participants, and then the assessment, and then the refinement in the subsequent years
of the training.
Sure.
Based on the results
Sure.
of the analysis.
Right.
And it has to be the primary purpose of the project is that whole cycle. So that's what I always look for.
And that kind of goes back to your program objectives.
Right.
The first 4 really were not. And then you had 1, maybe 2 out of the 6 that was leaning towards this concept. And so I'm not sure that's enough to meet the intention of the D2.
Let's go back to the CFDA, if we could, because one of the things there, it doesn't mention research, but it does say hold teacher preparation programs at institutions of higher education accountable for preparing highly qualified teachers. So that seems to me that there's a possibility there within that phrase for the development of programs that have been shown to be effective. I mean, that's what I would take that to mean. So I'm leaning toward 4.
I'm not tipped towards it, but it feels to me like when we had all these meetings to determine these rules, we sort of didn't tip towards U.S. Department of Education as supporting research. But it also feels to me that we could make a rule that anything federal would count. Because the whole objective of the Research Development Fund was to increase federal funding to Texas. But we didn't kind of pursue that when we were making these rules. So at the moment, just because it's federal doesn't help us, but it would be nice if it did. So at some point, Dale, in the future, you may want to think about holding meetings to talk about that. So at the moment, we're stuck with what we have, and it's really difficult dealing with it, and that's why we're moving along so slowly here. I'm not feeling real strong about this being a real big research project.
I have the same concern. We have a number of projects that we could list as research, but we didn't because they were principally either training programs or curriculum development that had assessment components, but that their primary purpose was not research or model development.
See, I don't know if I would say that these are in that same category. I mean, I think the research, when you look at education research, it's developing materials and then developing assessment tools to determine how effective that is and then disseminating it. So, this is what teacher preparation research looks like. So, again, that's why we used, it wasn't, when you look at the SAM discussion, it doesn't try to define how much is research and how much is training. It just says curriculum development projects may be considered. Well, it does say when the primary purpose of the project is developing and testing an institutional. So I could argue that the first 4 of those goals were the development aspect, and then the 5th goal was the testing aspect of the curriculum development. In fact, that's what I am arguing.
I would just like some clarification from the group about the difference between routine assessment for improvement and true research goals.
to speak to that. It seems in order to get funding under these kinds of programs, just routine programs that you're offering don't usually get funded. It has to be a new and innovative approach, or it's
With
not
an
going to get
assessment,
funding in the beginning.
especially from Department of Ed,
Right,
federally funded, absolutely.
But I go back to the developing an instructional or educational model.
Correct.
And I'm not sure if recruiting and facilitating hiring is developing the model.
You're bringing in those cohorts. You're providing them with this new innovative training. You're then finding an opportunity to put them into the actual workforce, and then you're going to retain them through the lifetime of the cycle of the program to get their feedback over the lifetime of the program.
Christy just made a very good point. Do you have human subjects approval?
For this program?
Yeah.
I would have to check, Harvey.
Could you? Because that's pretty clear. If you have human subjects approval, the intention is to publish, and it takes it down the path of research.
I think that's an easy
I think that's a good point.
Yeah.
If we're just basing it on the argument that's been placed so far, Dale, I want to add about 5 more awards to my list.
So is this a good litmus test for these types of boards in general?
I think
certainly
it's a good
goes in the right side.
IRB approval?
Yeah, the approval of human subjects.
Sure. I can call back home later and
Okay. We'll come back to that one. Let's move on.
Which one was that?
So we'll stay in the College of Education, and we'll go with 11832, family literacy. It's going to be a very similar type of argument, and so I probably can truncate this
maybe the abstract.
Project description.
Is that the abstract?
It's lifted from the abstract, right. So the Texas Family Literacy Resource Center, right, conducts state-level research and recommends family literacy policy through the analysis of state and local assessment and other program data, including evaluation reports and performance data. So there we get straight to, one of the primary focuses is the state-level research and the policy that kind of comes from that.
Mike, this is one we've looked at previously, or
but
we needed to go over.
Well, this one was.
It was on the list before, but wasn't over 250.
But we were only doing 250 and above at that time.
Okay.
Right. So that's why it's back on
that sounds like research to me.
So we approved it in prior years?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, it was on the list in prior years, but it wasn't above 250K to be discussed.
Therefore, it was sort of innocently approved.
Right.
Correct. Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
Don't mean to mislead anyone. Right.
Other institutions.
Yes.
So close this.
I think we need to.
So we really haven't covered it.
Yeah, we haven't discussed
Not in detail,
it.
no.
Made a group decision.
No, that's correct.
I'm just curious about the primary purpose.
Yeah.
Read that first sentence again.
Conduct state-level research and recommend family literacy policy through the analysis of state and local assessments.
For research.
Yes.
Mark that one, yes.
I'm satisfied, yes.
All right. Let's go with one from Dr. Shofkin. Let me try to see if I can find the...
Dr. who?
Shofkin.
771.
11771.
Title 5, Title 4.
Right.
This can be interesting.
Right.
Yeah, I have one of those.
Okay. So again, it's our sort of standard questions that we try to address in terms of curriculum development. The specific goals, faculty and curriculum development, student education, partnership activities. Okay. So those are the principal goals, but to support those, there's assessment that goes along with it. And so is there any collection and or analysis of data? And so yes, we collect and analyze data on the following: foster care and adoption trainings in terms of content, delivery, and skills learned, staff training, program satisfaction, skill attainment.
I got something wrong here. This is all about tribal funding.
What's that?
This
Is it Title IV? Help states. Help states. Or Indian tribes or tribal organizations.
Oh, okay. Help states.
We're looking at foster care, yeah.
Okay, foster care.
Yeah. So that's some of the data, and what this data will support in terms of new knowledge or contribution to the body of knowledge in one or more disciplines, a new teaching model or curriculum development and enhancement. Yes, the data results in curriculum development enhancement. We annually update and change teaching modules and submit a revised plan to the state. Hold meetings with faculty in terms of best ways to include the content on child welfare in the curriculum. In terms of dissemination, we recently published 2 articles and presented 2 national conferences. I don't have the actual journal citations that go with those.
We have a 4E contract as well. Does yours go above and beyond their standard instruction contract?
I'm sorry, I missed that. You said a construction?
We have a 4E instructional contract as well, where we have faculty teaching 4E components. Does your project go beyond that?
Well, in the sense of the data collection and analysis and dissemination, so I'm not sure what the specific language is in the contract you're referring to, or what the...
Well, when I look at University of North Texas also has the instructional program one, and but I think this one's completely different. And I note up here in the objective that the program provides funds to assist with the cost of foster care maintenance, administrative costs to manage the program, and then training. And then when you go down into even the use and restrictions, I think there is one sentence there where it talks about plan development implementation grants to tribes. But the purpose here doesn't seem to be any more than the routine assessment piece, not an elaborated assessment piece, or the intention of this to be for that. So then I have to go to the budget and say, well, how much of your costs are for foster care for children and cost of administrative cost?
Okay.
And I would want that question too, because the majority of our 4E training costs are based on training of foster care, parents and other activities. So how much of this goes beyond that in your budget?
The budget I'm looking at right now has a lot of breakout for the various faculty and staff that are going to be involved. So we're looking for, the participation, or what was the specific question again?
Budget.
Sorry.
Just want to look at your budget.
Correct. For which component?
Well, of the total budget of $734,000, what goes to what? What goes to the foster care children? What goes to pay trainers to train them, train the parents or foster care providers or whatever? The breakdown of the budget.
Yeah,
Right,
I've
which
got
turns to
several entries. I don't have
From looking at it, though, do you see that the primary costs are related towards the development and testing of the model, or is
it looks like
primary?
It because the largest amount of listings here in the budget are for faculty in the Department of Social Work and some in sociology, and looks like some graduate assistants. So it looks like the bulk of the money is actually, and then some adjuncts, and then the administrative support. So the bulk of the money looks like it's going towards tenured faculty, tenure track faculty within the Department of Social Work. For them to conduct their activity, and there's a lot of buyout time for those individuals. So that's the bulk of the award.
Is this a new program? Have you had 4Es in previous?
We've had 4E, yes, in the past. Yeah, so it's not a new program.
Well, even under the uses and use restrictions, it gets to the last objective is to design, implement, and operate a statewide data collection system. Well, I'm not sure if just implementing a collection system then gets us further the evaluation, the dissemination, the publication.
Well, I think the fact that you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 PhD faculty being supported from this grant, I have to believe that those individuals are going to publish in their respective discipline.
Which I suspect they will, but I wonder if that's the purpose of this program and these dollars.
That's why I was asking my question, is the Title IV training programs that are normally contracted through the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services are just that, they're training programs. And so that was my question, is there something unique about this particular contract that goes beyond that has a research component?
Well, I mean, can you also look at it in terms of, value added? So once you've met the deliverables of the contract, what are you then able to do with the information and the results? And if you can incorporate them into your discipline-specific productivity, in this case, social work, then
it sounds like we're having difficulty finding this one to be research scale.
All right. Any other questions on this one? No. All right. Let's make that one a no.
Okay.
We can vote these too if you feel they're close. I got a little sheet. If I can call row, and we can vote yes or no by institution.
Fair enough.
Okay, next one there, Mike.
Let's do, one we're going to withdraw. So that one will be easy. I'll just defer that one to the very end. I'm looking for Michelle Pope. It's a federal workforce. Work study. Which one?
11794.
11794?
11794.
Yes.
Okay, so 794, 11794.
Is this is THECB, Dale?
Correct.
There are two of them here, Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and some of those don't fit. Can you, before we even begin, can you comment on that?
Depends on the source of the money.
Okay, so you've already reviewed it?
I didn't have enough time to look those up. So.
Name of granting contracting agency. Sometimes coordinating board funds are not permitted in our restricted research list. So
I see, like an ARP type grant.
If this is
just one of those examples, I'm under A6 is the SAM guidance. I was going to point to. A6 reads the research portion of expenditures in federal work study program.
Oh, okay.
In accordance with instructions.
You went and sorted all that out?
I'm sorry?
You went and sorted all that out? You went through all of your work study?
No, I just know that this is a work study program.
So what?
And there's the research in, Texas State will implement and utilize both process and outcome-based evaluations in measuring the success of the G-Force grant. The required methods of data collection and assessment will be part of the regular program activities and strategies outlined in the program project design, and will be carried out on a daily and or weekly basis by the G-Force mentors.
But can you give us the abstract on that one, the beginning of it?
Sure. We got cut off. G-Force is designed to cultivate a college-going culture among first-generation, low-income, and underrepresented high school students by enhancing their academic success through educational, leadership, and social development initiatives facilitated by first-generation college-level mentors. So I think that was one of the components, is to have first-generation college students serve as mentors to then help the incoming students that have, I guess, this type of financial aid support.
What is the budget?
The breakout of the budget?
Breakout of the budget.
Let's see, out of the $135,000, project director gets $10,000, support staff gets $2,500, the work study students themselves, the mentors, get $130 out of the $135, and then fringe benefits. So mostly salary, and then the actual work study stipends themselves.
I'm sorry, Mike, but I'm leaning more towards no on that one too. We have a G-Force program at North Texas, and the evaluation component is very basic.
Okay.
And it's not the development of the G-Force program that was a new model or anything. It's just the
how it's
assessment
implemented.
component of that project, and the majority of it is not research. You know, and we keep going back to D2, and I know from our previous meetings and all that the last sentence was actually added to particularly pick out those that had a significant component, because it was not deemed to be research, really. So I think we really have to defend that strongly, and it has to be a big part of it before you can even look at D2. And we've kind of got more to where it's just pulling up the routine assessment. And I don't think that was the intention of D2.
Well, in this particular case, we're not invoking that more than we were looking at A6.
A6.
Yeah.
So that A6 is like federal work study money.
In accordance with the instructions for preparing the AFR.
Now, this, I don't know if this is flow-through money, Dale, that the coordinating board gets from federal.
I would have to check that out.
And then you'd only use that portion of it that was assigned, given to those students who were doing research.
I see.
Work study can be just running around the office. It could be delivery person. It can be working in a research lab doing research.
Right, but I don't think the G-Force program
in this case
is really to do that.
It's to interact with.
Right.
So it looks like we got a decision. Which one is this?
11794. Is there a way we can just go through these in order? It might make it a little faster instead of hopping around.
Would you rather do that, Mike?
That's fine. I've only got a couple left.
Okay.
My problem is I'm trying to find the reference number. So that
What's the name? We can find it.
the name will be Roundtree.
There it
Walter
is.
Roundtree.
11789.
Which one?
11789.
11789.
Texas Justice Court Training Center.
Right. So, the training center continually collects data for review and analysis. The data is non-numerical, coming in the form of recent legal opinions, new statutes, attorney general opinions, and other legal products. The collected data is analyzed by the center attorneys and then disseminated to over 3,000 justice court personnel that is served by it. The classroom teaching styles are modified to fit a particular type of data collected using relevant principles of adult education. Publications in the last 2 years have included the Quick Reference Trial Handbook, a 76-page book, Texas Justice Court Juvenile Law Handbook, 127 pages, a guide to credit card cases, top 40 questions on traffic law, and a study guide for jurisdictional increase. All were peer reviewed, and so essentially, again, this is continuing ed training for Texas justices.
Seems to be, again, focused more on the training component. The instructional part.
Well, but with that extensive amount of dissemination, there's got to be something
we have
tangible in there, new and innovative in there.
We have faculty members that participate in projects, and we have projects that where they collect data that they then subsequently use for research, but the purpose of the project is not necessarily. I mean, for instance, we have an early Head Start program. I wouldn't put that forward as research, but we do have research assistants actually working on that project. So I don't know about this one. I'm just saying that just because there are articles and something coming out of it does not necessarily mean that.
No, but I think the bulk of the activity is the actual collection, review, and analysis of the data.
On this one, we can't see this. There's not a CFDA, so do you have like an RFP? And does the RFP meet the external funds that are designated by the sponsor primarily for R&D purposes? Or does the RFP primarily talk about the training with an assessment component?
Well, I have a list of goals here. I'm not sure. I think this came from the.
Well, I think sometimes when the goals when I'm unsure about the goals, or it can be supported either way, that if I go to the intention of the sponsor, then that usually gives you it helps clarify the picture.
Well, came from the Justice of the Peace and Constables Association of Texas, and so produced innovative curriculum and learning environments that meet the career needs of judges, court personnel, constables, and deputies, provide continuous evaluation and assessment of the curriculum and faculty, develop comprehensive, timely training materials, provide technical assistance to judges, provide judges the means to satisfy mandatory, and then provide court personnel and constables the means to satisfy continuing education.
I think that producing the innovative curriculum is right up there with what we're trying to do. I just then wonder, is it the primary purpose?
I think that is the primary purpose, yes.
Other questions on this one? I think we're saying put this one on there, so let's go yes on that one.
All right. And then, actually, I'm going to retract the last two. One was from Dr. Morellis, and I'm not sure which number that is. It's a math. It would be math ed, and so based on our discussion.
Is it less than 100,000?
Yeah, well, actually, it's less than 250. Again, it was one of those ones that we had reported previously, but yes, 11833.
11833.
Yes.
It's
Vasquez Morales. I'm sorry, I'm using her hyphenated name.
Ownership to improve access.
Yes. For the Puentes, 11833.
Mark that one as no.
Yeah.
And just put a note on it saying. Put a note on it saying that withdrawn by this.
Correct. And that will leave us with our last one. The SINAR project. This would be under Dave Williams as the PI. 11796. SINAR project. So the SINAR inspection survey is a key component of the SINAR amendment, a federal project passed down to all states in accordance with the guidelines from the Substance Abuse Mental Services Administration's Center for Substance Abuse. The Texas School Safety Center there at Texas State, through a contract with the Department of State Health Services, conducts the annual Texas SINAR inspection survey in 19 counties throughout the state. The purpose of the survey is to accurately measure the prevalence of illegal tobacco sales to minors in Texas. The survey measures the progress in reducing youth access to tobacco and implements additional successful comprehensive youth control programs. The SINAR project goal is to reduce the number of successful illegal sales to minors. So the survey is administered to 1,650 randomly selected tobacco-permitted retail outlets. Law enforcement officers actually, I guess, to present the survey. So it's primarily a survey tool to help assess and look at illegal tobacco use.
So San Marcos is actually doing the data analysis?
Correct.
And
Center.
doing the report on the analysis?
I go yes.
I go yes.
Vote yes.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes on that one.
That's it for Texas State. Thank you.
Now on next.
Yeah, let's mark that one and do a refresh.
You got to do a big one this morning,
I want to do
Dale.
a big one.
You got to move on it.
Yeah. We're going to go through.
Yeah. Did we get that one? Did we get that one or not?
Are we done with Texas State? Mike, I think she's asking if we're done with Texas.
Yes, done.
Mike, did we get this one here?
Which one?
This one here?
11826.
Which one's that?
Texas State? Did we talk about that one?
I have three.
500,000. Well, Dale, that's why I asked you. You said you were going to remove that from the list because it was previously.
Okay, say yes on this one.
Yeah.
Yes or no?
Yes. This is one that has been reviewed in the prior year and was above 250 in the prior year. So say yes on that one. Okay. Which number?
We did the healthy marriage.
Healthy marriage was done in previous years as well. I thought Dale was going to remove that one.
That one and say yes on that one and then.
You can
say the number, otherwise. Yeah. 11795.
11795.
Was Puentes done?
Puentes was withdrawn by the institution.
Okay.
I have have a no beside 11,795? Why did
What this one is it?
that was a coordinating board member?
Yeah, we did a no on 11,794.
11,795. Did you get that one, Mike?
And 11,828.
Do it. He's going to remove some of them. Yeah, that 11,828.
Which one are we talking about? 11,828?
That one's no.
That one's no. That one's no.
29?
That was previous year.
So mark this one yes.
Right.
Okay.
That was last year, actually.
It was postponed to look into the human subject.
Yes. One of the projects on pain, yeah.
Okay.
And what did we do with 829?
What about 11830?
That's one he's going to do a call for us today and find out if it has human subjects approval.
Is that teacher quality?
And if it does, we're probably going to tip towards it being a research project because
As human subjects? Okay.
It's the Barrera case, right.
although that's not not necessarily enough, because you could be doing human subjects approval for only a small portion of the project. But I think that's the way we were inclined as we left it earlier today.
Right.
Okay, I just wasn't sure which one. Thank you.
It was approved already last year. Okay, that's the last year? Yeah.
All right, so we're going to go to Kingsville now.
Okay. I'll make this very easy. 11684. It's citrus survey commodity. This is performed at the Citrus Research Center in Weslaco that does R&D, and it's to detect the presence and or infestations of exotic citrus insects, pests comprising the old world bollworm, the cotton cutworm, the arrowhead scale, and the Japanese wax.
Okay, we'll go yes on that one.
And yes, to increase sample analysis through output by increasing equipment and personnel. Okay, so that's very easy. The next one is 11669, strengthening graduate student success at Texas A&M University. And this is to support cohorts of master and doctoral students that will be supported by graduate research scholarships. It's an engagement fund supporting a new Javelina Research Symposium and equipment and engaging funds supporting new, funds are requested to upgrade computing technology and scientific equipment in the research laboratories. $785,000 will be used for the research equipment. And also we're getting IRB approval on this. It's in the process right now. And the research scholarships total.
We'll go yes on that one?
Yeah.
Is Texas A&M Commerce out there?
Yes, I am.
Thank you.
All right, let's do Texas A&M
You
Commerce.
want to do? Can I go now?
Sure.
Okay. Find mine here. I think it's 12 and 13.
You got a McNair?
Yeah, we got a McNair. Let's go with that first because this one we have precedence with it from two aspects. One is that it was modeled from our REU, the NSF REU, where the students get the training in research labs, and also modeled from the Kingsville McNair, which got approval last year for that. The bottom line is for ours, which is very similar to Kingsville, is that there is a strong research component. So we recruit 25 students, and they all go through and gain research experience by working with faculty members in research labs. As a matter of fact, in the abstract, one of the purpose here is for students to gain research experience as they think of going on to graduate school. And I'm just leafing through here. Some of the other components are
I would approve that.
I would approve that.
We've covered some of these areas before,
Right.
and some of them don't. I think we figured out we had to talk about them individually.
Yeah.
We'll say yes on this
That
one.
one meets the threshold.
And then your second one in the math department.
Okay, all right. My second one is I need to find this here. Yeah, it's the math. Oh yeah, I got it. It's math, science, technology for teacher preparation. The title may be misleading, but it is very similar to the one that was from Texas State 11772. And I'm reading here from the abstract. And what I got from this, it has a scientific base and research method here. There is a hypothesis, and it's taken from the National Mathematics Advisor Panel, which states that teachers gain knowledge in proficiency in numbers while teaching the course. There is a data set of teachers which will be taken, 2 cohorts of 20 teachers from K through 4 and 5 through 8 teachers. And lots of data gathering. They will go through interviews and various surveys. And the use of data is there. I was very impressed in terms of the instrument of analysis. And each participant will be assigned mathematical anxiety level, and they will be assigned factors and used to an analysis and pre and post testing, going through multi-regression analysis to analyze the data. The instrument that will be used is I got it here, the SMARS, a shortened version of a mathematic anxiety rating scale, and that will be used. And there is an evaluator that will be contracted to evaluate this project and provide advice back to the team. And most important, the team has already received human subject approval for this, so they do have intention to publish the results. So they're essentially developing a model.
Yes on this one?
Yes.
Okay.
Dale,
those are the 2 from Commerce.
May I make a comment? I think so that we can avoid discussion, we can just about automatically move McNair's in. Half or more of the money generally is for the scholars or research projects anyway. So that'll save us discussion further on.
Okay, that's the only one I've seen.
Well, there's another one in here somewhere.
There's another one? Okay.
Is that going to take West Texas off the hook?
Oh, the McNair, yeah. Does that take me off the hook here?
That's the only one you have?
That's it.
That's it. Let's go to West Texas A&M.
And it's market approved.
Say yes on that one.
There you go. Easy.
A&M schools are powerful. A&M schools are going to slow this down.
I loomed.
They need to send a fruit basket.
Yeah.
Dale, I only have one.
Okay, let's go. Let's go with the
University of Houston, Clear Lake.
Clear Lake.
Straightforward.
Did I hear that all the MST academies were considered research, or was this just because they had human subjects?
No, if you're talking about the Texas State one earlier, we had a lot of discussion. We were considering it being research, so we decided the thing that might push this one over would be a human subjects approval.
Right, okay, that's A&M Commerce, the one I was asking, but they had human subjects, right?
Yes,
yes, but we were looking at another model that was approved earlier from them, 11772. Not the one that was debated in detail. And we do have human subject approval.
Okay, that's what I was wondering.
Okay.
I'm looking at our MST too and wondering if we should have listed it or not. But okay, thank you.
Are you ready?
All right, Clear Lake.
Primary work on this particular grant is to collect, analyze, and assess physical, biological, biochemical data on point and non-point source loadings, review available wastewater discharge reports and permit information, sewer system inspection and maintenance records, and other useful data and information in the study areas to estimate the loadings of the contaminants of concern, conduct recreational surveys to determine current or historical uses of water bodies, maintain databases, insurance plans for the areas of concern, and has a required dissemination to both the public and to the state.
Okay.
I would say it's research.
Research.
Yes.
Every penny of that 100,000.
Yeah. I thought somebody might have picked us just because they're not used to seeing us up there.
Dale, do you want to try to go through Texas Tech? Yeah. We can do Texas Tech now if you want to.
Let's
I can try to go a lot.
We'll do a big one.
People might need to go to bed.
let's do international first, and then we'll hit one of the big ones.
Okay, that's fine. I know Jeff Brown is on the phone, so he can help me out if I get messed up. Let me deal with 11,764 and 11,763 together because they are basically part of the same restriction, and the restriction is A5. What this is we have a long-time local philanthropic organization, fund. Actually, I've been at TAMU for 2 years. Somewhere in the first month that I was there, actually might have been the first 2 weeks I was there, we had a meeting with the trustees of the fund, and they said, well, we want to give you an extra $3 million, or $3 million over five years, $600,000 a year. And we want to help use that to help you build your research infrastructure by supporting graduate students. And so then we actually have written into both the original and the addendum, which added the $600,000, a statement by the trustees that they expect a minimum of 50% of the funds to go to support graduate student research, working in faculty laboratories. Indeed, we have done that. We have set up, we have many grants for graduate students to support research that they are doing with faculty members. We support travel out of this for graduate students.
I don't think there's any question.
All right, go ahead.
No, how do we get some of that money?
Put up with the trustees.
They might be listening. Be careful.
They really are. Have been very, very supportive of us. And they are very interested in supporting graduate education and supporting graduate students, and it's been a godsend for us as an institution. The other that I would like to talk about is 11,762, which is also under SAM A5. This is a STEM recruitment and retention graduation project, although it is out of the U.S. Department of Education. It is really, the scope of the project really is, it includes enrichment programs and includes scholarship activities. There are internships and research experiences or research assistantships for undergraduate students and faculty professional development within this. Approximately 57%, between 53 and 60%, depending on which of us is calculating this, actually goes to students supporting faculty research and student participation, undergraduate student participation in faculty research.
That's my good friend, Dr. Bashnick.
Yes. We've been very successful. We're even sending students to College Station for summer research experiences, which we pay for. So.
And the 57% is from that type of activity?
Yes.
Of sending them?
And equipment that goes along with it.
Okay, so are y'all good with that?
Yes.
Let's go yes on that one.
And the last one, which is 11,758, we would like to withdraw.
All right, so no on that one, and make a withdrawal note on it.
Thank you all.
Okay, so
Want to go?
We're going to go to Texas Tech or U of H? Which one? Let's get into Texas Tech.
Okay. We have a lot. We have 71 on our list. Dale suggested that we might be able to deal with some of these in groups because there are a lot of similarities. First of all, we have a number on the list that have already been approved for TRIP funding, and so, Dale, are we in agreement that we're going to take those off? Is that correct?
We can ID them. I've got
I have actually with me the control numbers, but it would take me a bit to match them up.
I've got an email from you.
Yes.
Identifying the numbers for TRIP.
So I think there are 11 of those, and there are 3 additional ones on there that we are that have not yet been certified for TRIP, but we anticipate that they will be, and so we would ask to just leave those to that decision process and not discuss them here. I'll identify what those are as we go through.
TRIP is the Texas Research Incentive Program, and so the emerging emerging research universities had to come up with a match to get some state money, and to get the match, it had to be an external source, and the donor had to restrict it to research. And so we've got a memory stick back there that's got all the paperwork from that, and it's actual bank deposits of that money going into the bank, plus the support letter. So all that stuff's back there if you want to see it. So
you're suggesting that any of those be just automatically approved?
All the stuff.
Yeah.
Let's see. It was all the emerging universities, emerging research universities. They had stuff like the endowed chairs, and they had some things that were just marked gift, and I think some stuff coming through their VP office. What else? Salary reimbursements.
And somebody has evaluated these and determined that these gifts and all are for the purpose of research in those institutions. Who did that evaluation?
They actually go to the, I think, as I understand it, they go to the actual coordinating board for certification before they are approved for this matching. Is that right?
I'm not clear on how they processed them, but they all ended up within our finance department and our finance department.
What I understood from the people at Texas Tech that are involved in that is that the coordinating board actually has to certify every one of those as meeting the requirements, and then matching funds are provided. So I think there's a fairly rigorous process.
So if we go down this list and you say that one's TRIP,
then okay.
Or if they do that from Houston or Dallas or Arlington, is that okay?
Yes. Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
And that's UTEP too.
Way out west.
All right. We also have a large number of endowed chairs on this list, and
that aren't TRIP related.
That are not.
They're not TRIP.
They are not TRIP. These are existing chairs. We have not, or some of them are. Most of them are existing chairs that we have not had on our list in the past because we were missing the point in the definition that includes gifts, and so we had only been including things that were going through our sponsor projects office.
It's always someone asked the question within the last couple of years, well, can I put gifts and endowments and stuff like that on there? And I was like, of course.
Yeah, I do.
I forget who.
It was our endowments.
Someone just kind of questioned it, and I was like, well, of course.
Okay, so we have a long list here of endowed chairs. I have brought documentation with me for each of them. We can start with a few of them, and if you think this is satisfactory, then we can move on.
Can you pass just a couple of them around?
Sure. All right, let's look at the very first one on the list is 12735.
2735.
Well, let's say some kind of MRI scanner obviously could only be used for research. I don't think we need to see that one.
Well, that's not it. No. 12735 is the Charles Qualia.
Did you say 35 or 25?
35. 12735, the Charles Qualia Classical and Modern Languages and Literatures Endowed Chair.
What? I'm sorry, say that again?
It is the Charles Qualia Endowed Chair in Classical and Modern Languages and Literature. Actually, that's the department. The bequest that established this said, I desire to establish the Charles B. Qualia Chair of Foreign Languages, and that it be established in the Department of Classical and Romance Languages at Texas Tech.
So what are the activities that this
The
person does?
activities, this funds primarily part of the salary for one of our faculty member who's appointed to that chair.
Is there a scholarship?
Is there a research requirement?
Is there research required to the chair
Well,
of that position?
here's the question that we have. When we have an endowed chair, the expectation is that endowed chair does research. And that is the case for most of our endowed chairs. It is not the case for every single one of them. We have gone through and we have looked at all of our endowed chairs, and we have said, what is the expectation for this endowed chair? If it was not for research, then we have taken that one off the list. And an example is we have an endowed position in our College of Mass Communications. It's to bring in a practitioner kind of person to teach in mass communications. That's not, that wouldn't fit the requirement. The endowed chairs on the list have all been reviewed by the college's departments, in some cases the individual holding the chair, as to what the expectations are and how the funds are expended. I can tell you that the person who holds this chair is one of the most productive faculty members in the university in terms of the number of graduate students that she mentors and the number of publications that she does.
But what we need to do, though,
research person.
What we need to do, though, is see that it fits one of these definitions as we go down here. Instead of sort of meeting the institutional criteria, we need to see that's a letter of award.
We've looked at. All right. We are.
Sounds like
so the question for you, the question you have to say is when an endowed chair is created, is the expectation, if the donor does not specifically use the word research, is there not the expectation that an endowed chair that is not otherwise designated would be considered an externally derived funds that are designated for R&D purposes, because an endowed chair is expected to do research?
So if the money goes towards paying the salary of that endowed chair, then we have to prove that more than 50% of the budget is going towards research activity.
That's right.
And you're saying internally you've defined that they have to be doing more than 50% research.
We have.
What we've also included endowed chairs on our list. We kind of came at it from the other direction and said, we have this endowed chair. We didn't put the entire endowment on the list as a $700,000 chair, but what we did was we looked at the other end that said, how is that money being spent? And when it's spent, where is it being spent? And if it's being spent on restricted research endeavors, then we include that chair. And that's how ours got onto the list. And the theory being, there will be no research with faculty without these endowed chairs. That it's just impossible to do it without this support. So we look at it as an A1, and we include those accounts where the money is actually being used, as long as it meets 51%, and it is for research. if they start using the funds out of the endowment and it's, for travel or whatever, and it doesn't meet, it doesn't go on the list.
I will tell you that our audit services group is currently auditing a number of these, and they actually have discovered some expenditures that we think are inappropriate, and we're being really very careful about this, I think. I think you took some endowed positions on the list as well.
But everything starts with the donative agreement. Right. In other words, if the donor intended for that funds to be used for research, then you consider those endowments for use to restricted research. But if there is no documentation associated with the donor intending for this funds to be doing research, then should not be included in the Sometimes it is the institution's decision to use these endowments to go into faculty. Maybe the faculty may not be doing research, may be a good researcher or otherwise. But it starts out with somebody externally intended the funds to be used for research. So that's the major point, I think, in trying to identify which ones would be considered for restricted research. Right.
Right.
They usually have no dates, no start or end dates. If they don't have to use it for research, what happens to the money?
I'm sorry. What
if that person doesn't use that money for research, what happens to the money?
It stays in the account.
It still has to be used for research.
Still has to be used for research. Yeah, it cannot be transferred to anything else. It is restricted to that endowed share. Let me look at a second one. This is one of the older ones. Let me look at it. That's 12740. That's the second one on our list. This is the Jack Maddox chair. I have here the donor agreement. The Jack Maddox Chair is intended to create the opportunity to recruit to the university a renowned engineering scholar to dramatically accelerate the development and or enhancement of a specific program or programs within the College of Engineering. Each outstanding faculty leader selected to hold the Jack Maddox Chair is expected to advance the research and academic mission of the College of Engineering and the university and to have a significant impact on its reputation.
See, that sounds explicit enough in that particular case. I mean, is that what we're asking to do, though, is look at every MOU between the institution and the donor to see if that type of specificity or intent is present. I think for older, I don't know, I think university advancement offices maybe have gotten better at cultivating donors and saying, here's our suite of activity. Would you like to contribute to research? I don't even know if those kinds of questions are asked on the advancement side of the house more than talking to someone that will give money to an engineering department.
Right. I know that what has happened in the past is that our institutional advancement people have been very interested in making these funds not specifying. They've been pushing it so that in general,
and then let the departments. And I agree. I think that's what's going to be the case in a lot of. Right. And then you get down to what you were doing. Then you start looking at how are they actually used when there's a sort of a general award being made.
But in the case of, my view of an endowed professorship or an endowed chair is that that person is expected to do research unless there is some unusual circumstance. And that circumstance would be in the donor agreement. So I would think an award for an endowed chair would be an award for research.
And I would say certain disciplines would be more prone to that. Yeah, engineering, sciences, math, those types of things, I could easily make that connection. Fine arts and performing arts, that may not be.
That's
just my own bias.
Right.
Yeah.
If it is a performance Yeah, we don't have any of those on the list. I don't know whether we have.
But yeah, I fully agree. I think the
through us,
institutional expectations on an endowed chair when there are generalized funds would be to engage in research. Absolutely, no doubt about it.
Could I ask a question about financial reporting? Let's say that there were an endowed chair with an expectation that they do research. When the expenditures are reported, you're saying the entire salary should be reported as in research?
If it's supporting the person to do research,
yeah.
That's it. If it's supporting the person to do research, and generally what's happening here is that these funds are being used to either supplement or to release the person from teaching, so that their activity, so that they can spend their time on it.
Not only are they expected to conduct research in most cases, they're expected to leverage that institutional or gift into bigger research. So,
But I wanted to clarify what Nancy said about what portion of the report. I thought you were saying something different. No? So that if someone...
She did say, she said that the funds, they look at what portion of it was spent on doing research.
if there wasn't
used.
specific language.
Right, how the funds were used. If there was not specific...
Correct.
Right.
Dale, it's Tammy. I have a question. On the endowed chairs that we have, the account is not in the restricted range.
Oh, ours is.
Well, that's an institutional
decision.
Right.
Ours are definitely restricted. It's not
in the pending the outcome of this discussion, we'll all go home. And
Restricted research rate. That's an
Absolutely.
institution decision to define it as research or not.
May I ask what fund you are putting those in?
Yeah.
Your designated?
Well, they're an unrestricted gift rather than a restricted gift.
Well, either way, it's in the Fund 3 for restricted gifts.
As they stated earlier, it depends on what the donors specify the funds to be utilized.
If known.
If it wasn't restricted to research, then they might have put it in a different fund. Right.
I just don't know if
But either way,
sides of our universities think that proactively.
But either way, it's third-party money that's coming in the university, so it's going to have to be captured in Fund 3 for restricted by third party. Whether it's restricted a little bit or whether it's restricted a lot, it's still in the restricted fund.
Exactly.
Which doesn't mean restricted research, according to the state of Texas definition for restricted research. It means a restricted
use.
Yes.
Yeah, right.
For whatever
Use of the
purpose,
funds.
teaching, service, or education, or research, yes.
As a donor specified.
They might be more proactive now.
I don't think so. But I think what we're going to see, though, Dale, is that there are institutions that have had these types of donations on the past, and just like us, we overlook the gift issue as well. I think many people around the table, and so you will see those forthcoming, and they will be old donations or old gifts, so to speak, that the universities will bring forward. And there might be or may not be specific language. I think I'm hearing the sense that, it's like art. I think we can recognize it when we see it. I'm more concerned with what type of information do our offices need to provide on the upfront end, or maybe it's post, and you look, if there is no specific guidance, then you have to see how the funds were actually used. And I'm just not sure how to define it well enough for us as we go forward. But
Hey, Dale, I'm wondering if we're opening sort of a Pandora's box here with this going this direction. As far as I know, the idea of using an endowed chair as restricted research is unprecedented until this year. Am I mistaken in that judgment?
That's not correct. They have been on the list before.
They have been on the list.
They have been on the list.
They have been on the list.
Okay. We've never submitted any, and I know that Lamar has a number of endowed chairs that we could submit. I just never thought of salary as being... I made that distinction between salary to support a research professor And in the project, the individual grants or projects that professor submitted were different. It could be considered restricted research. I never thought of the salary as being a restricted research item.
Let's go to what's listed here in our document, which is the definition of research and development. In sponsored research A, it says the donor must be designating these for R&D funds. How we spend them isn't exactly listed in here as determining that it's restricted. It's what the donor says.
We have listed using an endowed chair before, and the donor specifically restricted it for research.
Yeah, but again, those are the easy cases. It's the general when there is no specific guidance, but yet the institution has imposed its recommendation or its condition. So I think that's where we're stuck here.
Where we read that along. We're going to talk about this now. We should probably talk about that too. Go ahead.
You can. They're designated by the sponsor.
The thing is, if a sponsor designates funds for an endowed chair, is that in fact designating the funds for research and development? At Texas Tech, that's what it means. Somebody designates funds for an endowed chair or whatever, then the expectation that's going to be filled by a person who is going to do research.
Are those people, at our institution, they are evaluated like other faculty? Are they evaluated at Tech in the same way as other faculty or by some other entity? They're still being evaluated to see?
Oh, yeah, they're still being evaluated.
Because most places have research as a component of faculty's contract. I mean, you're expected to do that. So it seems to argue that they would be... That's the same way for implied that they would be doing research.
Yes, if they're a faculty member, regardless.
Well, yeah, and if their money's coming from outside, then they are restricted to...
Let me just make a quick common observation. Let me go back to what I said earlier. An endowed chair is not automatically considered research. I think it is what the donor intended for that chair to be.
And that's what a rule says.
That's right. If the donor intended that to be an endowed chair to support somebody on research, to enhance research activity, yes, there's clear language in there. But just for having an endowed chair, we don't have the information to say this is research unless it is on the language of the donor agreement that needs to be reviewed by the committee. So I don't know how to do this. We do have some in UTEP as well, but what we look at the donor agreements, and if it is clear research language in those agreements, then you include them into the restricted research.
I like what UTEP is doing, but you know, when we developed these rules, one of the concerns we had was a department could determine that half of its M&O was being spent on research. That creates a whole new problem because that really is being spent on research. So it's not the expenditure, and the M&O is not given as a research activity. So it has to be specified up front that it's for research, I think is where we came to when we were making these rules. So I think the letters that Catherine is talking about and what the donor says is the first step. I like what UTEP is doing, and they have a follow-up step. I like what Nancy's doing, they have a follow-up step. So it might be that we evolve a way to proceed as you have a follow-up step too. And I don't know what that's going to be for everybody, but I guess we have to talk about it here every year as we go along and kind of in the end, determine what qualifies and what doesn't and make it simpler. The problem is in the beginning, it's going to be tough.
It's muddy.
Right. With us, the conflict kind of comes in when the endowment is receiving and says this is for research or research or. Then you have to look at how the funds are spent to determine research and what and how much of it. And then we count it if it's a majority research.
What if it's just for the salary?
Well, how do you determine that? It depends on, I would
Look
think
at the faculty workload, whether they have 50% reduction or course reduction or 75 or 100% course reduction, and if that endowment is buying that time out,
okay,
and then their activities researched, and
And we're like tech as well. An endowed chair to us means research time is available. It is research time. So if it's spent on salary and wages, then the step that we take is this was for salary and wages, this was for research time.
I think a good way to determine that is if it's how their time is broken up. Are they spending 50% of their time on research and 50% teaching, or 75% teaching and 25% research is also a good way to indication of how to measure.
Which you can go back to the workload. At North Texas, they have 3 different workloads that they pick. One is research intensive and breaks down the percentage of their workload. So I think it would probably tie back to those folks having a 60% research component workload.
But then would you count 100% of the salary?
And that goes back to SAM 3, which is not an Appendix A, but it's page SAM 3, where it talks about to qualify as research, the primary purpose of the contract, gift, or grant must be research, and it will be demonstrated by more than half of the funds being budgeted. And if you determine the primary purpose is research, all of expenditures may be made a part that qualify as research. If it's not, then none of the expenditures can be used.
Exactly.
So it's got to meet the 50% rule.
Right, it's got to be about percentage.
But it's an all or none.
That's why we have gone through, excuse me, that's why we have reviewed all of these to look at the expenditures and determine whether in fact 50% or more is being used for.
Do you know percentage of time this certain person is spending on?
We have not looked at that. I just made a note that that's something we could do.
So maybe we need to come back to it once you determine the percent of time that is being spent on research.
Based on what I know of the individuals who hold these chairs, I'm pretty confident that we're going to find that they have low teaching loads. They are going to have high workloads in the sense that they have lots of graduate students, and so they're going to have graduate student credit, dissertation credits and that sort of thing, independent study credits. And so, in fact, this one individual I was talking about who holds the quality chair, she has a huge overload just because of the number of graduate students that she works with. So when you look at workload, you have to really look at
the whole picture.
The whole thing, not just.
my only concern with being that general is that because, and I would agree with you with most of the endowed chairs we have at our institution, but then because we have some that are designed or are specified to only create scholarly activities. In fact, we have one in poetry. So is that research, right? So all endowed chairs, while generally I agree with you, right? I mean, our chairs in engineering, our chairs in science, our chairs even in the business college, our chairs in a lot of those departments, you're right. I mean, if you're handed one of those, you get the course reduction, you get the salary that goes with that, you get the graduate student activity, you get everything that you just mentioned. I just don't know if you can make that statement for all.
We've got the definition here of research, systematic study directed toward fuller scientific knowledge or understanding of the subject study. So that leaves out performance and poetry and creative writing and all those kinds of things, because they're not directed toward fuller understanding of the subject study. So I think we can look at that definition and decide which ones fit and which ones don't.
But at a subsequent time,
the Texas definition is very close to the federal definition. In fact, it's almost verbatim.
U.S.
And we did that on purpose. Yes, we did it on purpose.
So do we know what to do with them now?
Well, Mike's asking an important question. We're going to have to do a lot of threading around here to figure out what we're doing. He said the person doing poetry is not included in our Texas definition. It's not included in the national definition. So if we have, I can't really tell from this list
if some of these are way off in the liberal arts and not doing science kind of things, which the definition includes. So I think we just almost have to do them one by one for a while till we work out what we're doing.
Then we have to know.
Let's go to the top.
Well, I've got the ones separated out that are actually endowed chairs, if you want. Okay, so we've looked at 2 of them. The Collier chair, the Maddox chair. The next one is 12758.
I am one of those people that flag those.
This is the Bobby Stevenson chair in information technology.
I'm sorry. I was wondering.
The agreement establishing this. The primary objective of the Bobby Stevenson chair is to strive for excellence in the field of information technology by providing students with a thorough understanding of the related areas. Additionally, this endowment will enable the School of Business to attract a nationally recognized scholar in information technology who will become a mentor to students, receiving Stevenson scholarships and fellowships pursuant to a separate charitable donation, recipients of the Stevenson scholarships, yada, yada, yada. Let's see, personal access to a world-class scholar who can take a continuing interest in development and academic, professional, and personal mentoring of the students. However, the person is supposed to be a world-class scholar. That's the expectation. And the person is supposed to interact with these students who are supported on these scholarships and fellowships. The recipient of this chair is expected to possess minimally the following qualifications: a strong national reputation as a leader in the area of information technology, demonstrated commitment to teaching and mentoring students, a PhD degree in information technology or closely allied field, a U.S. born citizen, something. The selected shareholders' obligations will include continuing a high-quality, high-visibility research program and with serving as a mentor to other faculty in the college, teaching at all levels consistent with university faculty workload policy, service to the college, university, and community, developing curricula and programs designed to increase students' awareness and importance of the impact of the choices they make in their daily lives, equipping students with tools required to make better decisions in all phases of their lives.
It sounds multi-purpose, but clearly research, I mean, mentoring students can involve laboratory mentoring, it can involve classroom mentoring. You did mention the word specifically research.
Yes.
In that particular case, I would vote yes.
But developing a research program as opposed to the dollars actually going towards doing a systematic study that's directed towards full of scientific knowledge, or a study where the understanding of the subject is studied. So can we say that, is it, coordinating it and bringing them together, is it actually doing those two things and resulting in it?
Okay, you read the development definition.
Research is defined as systematic study directed toward full scientific knowledge or understanding of the subject developed, subject studied. Development is systematic use of knowledge.
Does it fit under research?
Directed toward the production of useful devices.
Training of individuals in R&D?
So I see it's mixed purpose, and then I have to wonder if more than 50% of it meets.
When we get down to the workload and cost distribution.
And we have reviewed that. We have reviewed that. We have asked that question. What are the funds being spent for? And actually, it turns out that many of these, even though it shows up here that there are pretty high dollar amounts, many of these, there are very low expenditures at this point.
That's hard.
Well, because those are just the actual donations, right? You're never going to spend the principal.
I believe
you can only
these
spend
are
the investment.
The interest.
The interest. I'm sorry.
Anyway, there's very limited expenditure. It's like $12,000
I mean, I think when you get the accounts that are set up in sponsored projects, of course, have the monitoring component component involved, that they're monitored back against that budget every time something's spent, as opposed to a gift that does not go through that monitoring process, does not have as formal of a budget, and therefore there is a lot of flexibility for the department to redirect those funds however they want to. And there's many ways you can justify back then to the sponsor that, well, this year you focused on mentoring students, and next year you're going to be developing a program, and then later on down the road you're going to do this. But when we're looking at this fiscal year and these expenditures, did they meet?
We have, as I said, we have gone through this. We've sent this definition to the individuals who manage the accounts, to the deans, the chairs, and we have asked them, do half or more of the expenditures in this fund meet the definition of this?
So you have a documentation process?
We have documentation process. We do.
We depend on that too.
I mean,
we have to depend on them.
Yeah, for us, it's the dean of our graduate college.
Well, we did it this year because of noticing last year that other institutions had endowed positions on their list. Now, I don't think any of them came up to the level of $250,000, although maybe some did. I don't know.
It seemed like they were all low.
We had some endowed chairs, but they were all endowed chairs in research institutions. And so that was kind of a difference because it was in an institute that supported R&D. So
we did have a discussion last year, and that was the first year I'd been at this meeting, and there was a discussion, and possibly it was about your institution. I don't know which one it was. I don't recall which one it was. But the question was if funds were left to, funds were donated, given to an institute that conducted research, and the institute used them for research, did it meet the definition? And the decision last year on that one case was yes.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards yes.
She's got all that. And so, well, I was going to say, because that happened last year, we went back and looked at these. And so we went through a process with these to identify them. And so, okay, here's the list, and then send it out to academic areas and ask them which ones of these qualify for as restricted research.
So if the sponsor intended it to be for research or a component of, and then the chair has documented that is how they're spending the money. Not sure what else we could do.
And then, as I said, we're having our audit services is doing, of course, they're only doing a sample. They're not looking at everything. But they're actually looking.
Have those on their audit list?
They do have them on their audit list currently.
Could I ask for just this clarification so I'm sure I know? It is slam dunk if the sponsor or the group that's giving the money has designated that this is for research professorship, period. Then all of the funds, whether that's 100% of that person's salary or only 50%, that's counted. Where it gets fuzzy and where the majority of expenditures need to be greater than 50% is when it's mixed purpose.
Or unspecified.
Or unspecified. So that's going to be, at least for today, our rule of thumb, how we're going to look at this. Because I just want to make sure I've got.
I would like for it to be our rule of thumb going forward, so we would know.
By next year.
Yeah.
All right. So
it's good to get this clarification.
Okay.
The primary purpose must be research.
Right.
Get mixed.
Yeah, I think if it was not specified, I don't think it should be considered as research.
We're just basically following these things that we have.
It has to be specified for research.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like the cases that worked against my training grants. I mean, even though we were doing research, it wasn't specified in the
that wasn't the intention.
That was the mechanism.
And I want to support these because we'll have a number of them. I just need to know what I need to look
it's a little bit different from what you said.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we're all hearing the same thing because I didn't hear that.
Because we made the institutional.
What did you hear?
I heard that if it's specified, then whatever amount goes to that person's salary, whether it's 100% or 50% or 30%, if those funds are specified that that's for a research professorship or chair, then all that money is countable.
And it might not be all used for salary. I mean, it's...
Right, yeah, it doesn't have to be all salary.
Let's say it is, because that's more difficult. Now, if it's for a scholar who is outstanding in
like that one that she wrote, like that, develop a program, mentor students, right, variety of activity.
We must determine that a greater than 50%?
Correct.
And then we only count...
No, you can count.
No, it's all or nothing.
It's all or nothing.
Yeah.
All or nothing.
And that's fine. That's what that guidance is already here on page 3.
You have to be a little bit careful with this definition in this regard. If the donor doesn't say that most of it or all of it is for research, it doesn't qualify. It has to be in the letter that it's for that.
Okay, all right, now let's back up here, though. If
That's what it says in here.
I know that's what it says. So if the donor doesn't explicitly use the word research, I mean, is that... Because what I'm saying is that if a donor says, I want to create an endowed chair in field sciences or whatever, I want to create an endowed chair, I'm going to give your university a gift to create an endowed chair, what is actually the expectation with that endowed chair? I mean, what is, if that's all you say, what is the expectation that goes on?
We don't count the blue chair, for example.
Right.
Now, if what you just said holds, we could probably count it. But it's an endowment from a family that left a large sum of money to the university, and there's an endowed chair in it.
Right.
But it depends. I'm with Mike.
Half of
what we do here is going to be...
But it doesn't say it's for research.
Exactly. But do you use half of the funds for research?
Research is in the letter.
It's part of it. Okay.
Research.
But there's more than
half of it. Half the funds.
Well, I don't think just because funds are designated for endowed chair just makes it research. I think it has to be specified by the donor that research is going to be.
We can ask Dale to call another meeting of this entire group and redo these rules, and maybe it's getting to be about time now that we've had 7 or 8 years of experience. But back to the issue. Here's where we have the problem. It's not just for us to tip in what's research. It's for us to tip in what meets a definition for everybody in the state, so we all have the same kind of rules. And we kind of tipped out that we at the institution would decide when it qualified as research. We looked for the sponsor to make it be research. That supposedly was going to make it easier for us to do this job that we're doing. But it's not. I don't know that the coordinating board or the state would say, no, you can't talk about this definition anymore. I think maybe they should actually call us all back, because a lot of new issues have come up that we didn't think about in those earlier days.
I think
well, I can tell you with federal and state funding sources drying up more and more difficult, more competitive, private donations are going to continue to be a more significant role at the university. And I think we should at least consider that universities do have some say in the gifts they receive, but how do we introduce that today?
But I guess the question back then is whether or not, what's the definition of restricted? Isn't it supposed to be restricted by the donor?
Yes, but if it's restricted by the donor to support an endowed chair in an area
discipline
that fits within our definition. But I mean, but the donor doesn't say, I expect that endowed chair to do research. The donor just says, I want to create an endowed chair.
Well, I think that also you have
to not restricted research. It's just restricted to whatever you want it to be.
No, it's restricted.
It's restricted to
for that use or purpose only. Doesn't mean that you can use it to give student stipends or tuition. It's restricted for that endowed chair.
You can only use it to create for this endowed chair.
But we did agree that there are multiple indicators that can help you make this decision. One of only which is what the sponsor says.
They would have to actually use that for at least half of it would have to be research under those circumstances?
If it's mixed purpose, it always has to be more than half.
51%.
And so if it's unspecified and you can't depend on that to help you make your argument, then you go deeper into what's actually happening in the budget and expenditures, and I think that's where Kathleen's going with. You go back to the faculty member's workload. Is he on a 60% research? So you know from those indicators. We didn't bring those indicators up, though, as part of our review process, because as we've learned over time, we keep getting deeper and deeper to make this decision. But you have to look at the notice of the award, the CSDA, the program grant overview, the agreement. Any document, I think, can be used to make your argument. You just have to have documentation. So it's not just sponsor specified.
Exactly. We have also, let me say, we have created a form that will now be used for every time one of these, a gift is determined to be restricted research, and it has to be, it's sort of based on this, but it's a little bit different, and the person has to check on what basis that decision was made, and then it has to be reviewed in addition by either our office or our Office of Institutional Advancement to confirm that that is correct.
And I'm thinking that's the only way you can go about it, because the gifts need this same determination form. And that's why sometimes when you're looking at those files and there's one piece of paper in that file, and that's all you have, you don't have a lot to go on to support it, but that's when we have to dig further, I think, to meet these requirements. We haven't created a different form. We just use the same form. But as you were saying earlier, having a follow-up process and a documentation process, I think, is key to what we're doing.
But that is different from that.
Different from what?
I understood that are you still holding to that agreement had to have said research or no?
Yeah, I'm still holding to the idea that the sponsor, it's our rules.
Right.
We can change our rules. And they have to let us. What's that?
We're changing it.
Oh, yeah, we can't just change it. Not today.
I want to know what we're going to do today about it.
Well, I think we have to follow this.
Right. Well, I think. Right. Well, but I think
we stick to the process
today. Well, we have to.
But we also have to. I mean, you have to be consistent with what we've done in the past. And in the past, I mean, there was a discussion last year, and the discussion last year was that if this gift went, the gift was given to the institute that conducted research, and it was used for research, then it counted as restricted research.
Well, I aid was given from everything, even if it was clearly restricted as research, so you have to do a culture change on my inside as well. But I know we talked about it last year, not to the extent that
not the extent today, but I did ask the question last year because I thought it was a significant, it was a bit different interpretation than what I had before, and so I asked that question. And the answer was, yeah, that was okay.
But I think we addressed it on a case-by-case basis and dug down into the details of each one was how we are moving forward, because we don't really have any clear guidance on that process.
Exactly, and that's where we go back to what Harvey said.
Right, which we've learned more and we need to improve upon our guidelines a little better. But for now, I think, you're trying to support it with our standard points, which is you just have to determine what method you used to make your determination. I mean, because this wasn't an all-inclusive process. It left it open to where you can provide whatever process or documentation you have that made your decision, and you have a follow-up process in place where you've documented it and followed up on it. So in that one situation, then maybe it doesn't meet the definition. But I don't think we could say just endowments in total,
right?
Because we talked about them once before that,
right?
Okay, yeah, that we kind of.
That's right.
Well, we've got two subsequent meetings after this one. I mean, it'd be, I guess, advantageous for all of us to capture any of these expenditures when it's time to report to the coordinating board on expenditures. So if we could somehow try to make a final determination, rule-based determination between now and when the expenditure reports are due, that might give everybody the same opportunity. Prior to that, we might have a chance to better define what are the types of documentations, whether it's donor MOUs, internal accounting processes, institutional policies for receiving endowments or issuing endowments in the first place, all of the above.
I like that idea.
So, in order for us, to move forward, you said we were going to stop at 4 today, and
it doesn't look like.
So gifts are hanging us up, and so we need to somehow move past the gift issue.
We're all in agreement that they do belong on the list.
Right.
Yes.
So
the question is, what supporting documentation is required?
Right. So let's stop there. We're getting some of the trip. We'll have your trip added as restricted research when we get back. Let's go ahead and break for lunch. Anyone on the phones out there still?
Yeah, we're still here.
All right, let's see.
Yes, we're here.
We're still here.
All right, good.
Get on.
We're going to take
Very good conversation there, though.
All right, we're going to take a break for lunch, and if you could call back at 12:45.
12:45. Thank you.
All right.
12:45. All right.
Bye-bye.
All right, hey Elizabeth, can you sort us on Texas Tech for the filters? Yes. So those are 11 trip awards right there that we marked as yes.
Bill, we've got 3 that we're going to submit, and so we would just, propose to make that, let it go through the trip process and see what happens with that.
Okay. So
rather than talk about it here and have it go through.
And they're on the questionable list.
They're on the question list.
Okay. Bring up flag undetermined. $7.25. Can you see that one? $12,725. That's one of them.
Yes.
$12,725. Mark. Hey, Ronald. 17 or $12,725. Mark that as yes.
Yeah, so I just did the whole big master list.
Oh, okay. 12,754.
So which one?
That was one of the gifts, right? And that was one where I think Harvey said anything with MRI would be research.
Right. Research.
That's a yes.
Research instrumentation.
Right.
That one, yes.
Think of it.
No, not MRI and.
Oh, it's a magnetic resonance.
Yeah,
anyway, that's used for research. Oh yeah, it's the MRI from the MRI.
Now, you want to start at the top of the list?
Okay. Can I just get a summary from you as exactly where we are with the endowed?
Yeah, let's I want to put a status of yes on all of them.
Okay.
And we can either we can mark them kind of blanket as a yes. We can put yes on them and add some sort of note.
I think we should do that. Add a note that she may
That it has to conform
of more than 50%, 51% of research.
It has to conform to the stamp.
Right. Well, it's a restricted yes.
To be restricted, I understand.
More than 50% of the funding of expenditures. And that's in relation to her. And that was in relation to
her endowment.
To her endowment.
So you leave it if they did not specify. Right. But you know,
in a rule, if it's not specified, and more than 50% of expenditure that you get Okay, we can go down the list. I can tell you which ones they are. So, expenditures. Going to start now with the very first one up there, 12711.
Okay.
This one is a really interesting project. It is not one that is funded. It is a pending project that we going to be funded, and so we wanted to get it on the list. You notice the CFDA number, the very last part of the objectives there, to identify and document best practices that can be shared and taken to scale and serve as models for best practices. This project would take information, findings from a pilot project. Texas Education Agency selected 42 schools and did a technology immersion in those schools. This project will take the results of that and expand it to 22 school districts in rural areas, and will replicate that technology immersion with the expectation that from that they will be able to, whether this has a significant effect on the students' achievement, particularly in mathematics, so that it could go statewide. So they're applying for what's called a foundation grant. There is an extensive evaluation plan. Most of the proposal has to do with the evaluation aspect of it. There is an IRB approval in place for it.
What number is this?
This is 12711.
Oh, the first one?
The very first one.
Okay, any questions on that one?
None.
Okay, let's make that one a yes.
Next one.
Yeah, hey, if you're on the phone, if you can mute your phone, if you've got a mute button on it, that might get rid of some of the static we're hearing here.
The next one I would just say yes, because we have funds from Bear Crop Science and they're all research.
That was actually one of the trips, so
I would say yes.
Okay, so that one's already yes. Scroll down a little bit.
The next one, 12717, this project I think must have been on the list before because it's just ending. The College of Engineering is setting up a separate research and graduate education center in Abilene. This is some funding that came from the Development Corporation of Abilene to help support that center. They also provided some other support, including a building, and that's part of the agreement. So the agreement is not very specific. It's just about the work that's to be done. It says to offer graduate studies in engineering and establish a research program to help support workforce development and economic development in the city of Abilene. The budget, the initial budget for this, all it had in it was summer salary support for faculty members and research assistants, and some travel support. The funds that are remaining at that point, essentially all the funds are spent. The only funds that are remaining are being used to support a research assistant.
I say yes.
Yes on that one?
The next one, I think is 12721. This is a project that is just in the process of being funded. It is out of the National Science Foundation, Mathematical and Physical Sciences. It is the program solicitation states the program will fund innovative, potentially transformational partnerships between mathematical...
Mark that one, yeah?
Yes.
The next one... 12722.
Hey, Elizabeth, you don't refresh every time. Just go to the next one. About every 5 or 6.
This one we are withdrawing. This is a proposal that's pending, and upon further review, it does not meet the definition.
So on that one, say no and add a note. Scroll down a little bit. Number 7. Keep going. Let's look at 8.
Just a second, you skipped.
That's pending, so...
No, this is this is not the one. The one I was talking about was 12721. We got too far down. 12721.
Number 6.
I thought we were on 723 right now.
Yes.
Yeah, we just did.
That's the one she
self-withdrew. Institutional withdrawal, isn't that right, Kathleen?
Yes, that's right. 12722.
And then go to 723.
723. Okay.
Number 6.
That's Mark, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So that's coordinating board review.
Number 8.
Okay.
I'm a little confused about where we are myself. 12723, right?
No.
1726.
That's been approved, Kathleen. I guess coordinating board approved that.
Oh.
723 and 724 were both approved.
Okay.
That was one that blanket you did.
Let's go back to 12723 because I think that's not.
Well, and where is
No,
the process
Sam.
where the coordinating board just decides and marks it? Did I miss that part?
That was the list.
That's
I think there was a misreading of something because that one is not a trip. That's not a trip. This is not trip.
Oh, okay.
Not at all trip. This is very good.
Oh, it was the trip that you marked. Gotcha.
This one somehow that we've. I'll compare.
That was reviewed in 2005.
No, that's a different one.
12.
I may have given you the wrong number.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Dale, if I did that. But okay, 12723. This is a current project. It is funded out of the CFDA program. The CFDA definition, if you look at it, down at the end, close to the end of the uses and restrictions, priority is given for applications that propose to increase the number of Hispanics and other low-income students attaining degrees in fields of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, and to applications that propose to develop model transfer and articulation agreements. If we looked at, this is a project that's in collaboration with El Centro College, which I think is in Dallas. If we looked at the entire award, the El Centro part, we would not say that more than 50% is on research. But the Texas Tech part of this project is twofold. And let me read you the beginning of the proposal. This proposal addresses both competitive priorities. A, presents high-quality strategies to increase the number of Hispanics and low-income students attaining degrees in STEM fields, and B, implements an exemplary and replicable model for development of transfer and articulation agreements in STEM fields between a 2-year Hispanic serving institution, and a partner four-year university.
Questions on that one?
This one is, if you have questions, I can talk some more about
Let's
it.
go yes on that one.
Okay, 12727, the next one is
Number 9.
that one's a trip, so that one's
Yes.
approved already.
Number 9 is already marked as yes. The trip.
12726 is before that.
Yes, but he just said yes, number 8. That's the one she was talking about.
No, that's not the one she was talking about.
Oh, we
She was talking about 23.
I said,
Yeah, let's move up.
And then,
You ready? 12726? 12726, I'm sure this has been on the list before. This is a program that's been, we've had continuous funding from the Army, the Research and Development Command of the Army.
Mark that one as yes.
Nine's yes already.
1272. 12728. The Bratcher gift. Okay. This is a gift that is in the process of being received. It is a response to a specific proposal from our Meat Sciences Research Program. It's called the Meat Packaging and Processing Research Program. And there is, I say, a specific proposal. There is a specific list of items that would be purchased with these funds. These items include tray seal / vacuum shrink packaging machine to expand packaging capabilities for research. Roll stock laminate package machine, expand packaging capabilities for research. Smokehouse with high temperature functionality, expand packaging and shelf life of cooked products. Basically, what we're doing is providing additional equipment to the Meat Sciences Research Laboratory to expand their capability and their facility. It is mostly equipment. There is a part of the funds will also be spent for graduate student assistantships and fees.
So there seems...
Sounds like yes.
Yes.
Less text
it's
going
pretty
into the
clear.
retail business.
Yeah,
It's
no,
being
we're-
done out of your VP Public Service office.
That's really a mistake. It's
Is it because it's pending and
yes, I think it's
nothing's
because
set up
it's
on
pending.
it?
The principal investigator on this project is Dr. Chance Brooks in our Department of Animal Science. And
Okay.
Technology. And again, that is because...
Say yes on that one.
All right. Then we have, is it 12729, the next one? That one, we are withdrawing. That was a pending request that we do not have. The next one, 12730, was also pending, and we're withdrawing that one. 12730, am I going too fast?
You getting that, Ronald?
12730 is what
12729 and 12730.
yes.
Are withdrawn.
Okay.
12733 was discussed, I think, in 2005, and determined to be research.
All right, we'll go yes on that one.
Okay. Then 12735 is one of the endowed chair positions. $12737. This one is a gift, and it's one that we're going to need to probably have some later discussion on. This one is the situation where the university has been given a gift, an anticipated gift and a bequest. The university has decided to, so it's completely unrestricted. The university is going to direct those funds to research. So this one is in that category of funds external, not restricted by the donor, restricted by the university. And so I think that one's one we're going to have a discussion later.
We're going to discuss those, or we're going to say no to them?
I think we're going to are we going to say no to it?
We'll say no to them today.
No to it. Okay.
Because you get, that's institutional money, right?
No, it's third-party money.
Third-party money.
It's just her justification is an institutional process, and our current guidelines don't support that being one of the ways to categorize.
I have the individuals requesting on this.
Without the other factors that is mentioned in our guidelines.
But if her institution files a financial report that has expenditures in that category from that grant that do indicate research, does it get counted then? If we didn't count
Well, it's all or none, so it can't be just certain expenditures. It's all or none. And I think what Dale's saying is we're going to have a later a separate conversation, but it has to be done quickly so that we can know how to address it in there.
Restricted research, no. Research expenditures? Yes.
You're going to let her count the restricted research expenditures, even if
No. It counts. It's a research expenditure. It's
not restricted.
Yeah.
Okay, I hear what you're saying.
But we may revisit the definitions in it sometime.
Yeah, but we need to have that meeting like in the next 3
I think we're going to talk about the whole thing, the whole shooting match.
It'll be a fun game.
Again.
Okay, the next one is the...
You caught up on that?
The endowed chair, 12,735. Did you make a decision on that?
I thought we
that's
said
Qualia.
That's yes with a note, and you need to keep the same. Let's see. Yes, the note needs to say the award must be restricted by the donor, and more than 50% goes towards research.
So who's checking on that?
we're going to have an institution. I mean,
Now we're going to say yes to all of those endowed chairs. And endowments.
Oh, that's not what we were saying.
No?
We were saying we were going to say no to all of those because it didn't meet the criteria in our current guidelines.
Well,
until we had further discussion to determine.
Well, but if okay,
Evidence of restriction and you know it.
right, then it counts.
Yes.
And I know on the trip awards they had to have that.
And we said yes to those.
Said yes to trip.
It's only the mixed
Mixed and
purpose
unspecified.
endowed chairs. Mixed
Okay, but the
purpose,
mixed purpose
non-specified.
one, 50% or more, would still count.
Yes.
Correct.
If you have
the information.
So it's only if you do not have specific
sponsor intention.
donor restriction. Okay.
Still understand.
But
I don't think it's clear. I think if it's unspecified and they didn't bring up research at all as part of the intention, that's out there. But then we also have had the mixed purpose discussion, and how are we going to look at individual expenditures and determine the expenditures back to the mixed purpose when it's in a gift where they have a lot of flexibility to redirect their expenditures.
One of the criteria was the workload.
Yeah, workload.
Trying to go back and getting the workload.
That's right. Matching it back to the workload. And then the third group was it's an endowed chair, but you have either sponsor designation or you have some other determined process where you could document that it was knowingly right off the bat more than 50%.
And I think those are the only ones we're prepared to rule on today.
Right.
Was my understanding.
If the documentation is available today.
If it's available today, and or if it is restricted by the sponsor. That's what we were prepared, I thought, to rule on today, but then come back in subsequent meetings. Right.
okay, I'm still a little confused here about.
I think that boils it down to unspecified, Mike, just like you said. If the sponsor did not specify, those are the ones that are in question.
If this okay,
Whether it's
so we've got that
mixed
one.
purpose or
All right,
whatever it
but
is.
if the sponsor only specified it was an endowed chair, then
That means
what's
it's
the answer?
unspecified, and we're not answering it today. Is that right, Mike?
Unless you have the supporting data, right?
Okay,
And I
but
thought Tech had a process.
we do have a process. We have.
I understood that here, if it's restricted, should be clearly specified by the donor, restricted today.
Restricted to what?
Research.
Research only, but not just a general endowed chair.
Or the general. That's correct. Okay, not specifically dedicated, restricted research, more than 60%. The answer today is yes, because that's what the rules allow us today. Everything else, equity government, they come around when we have policy national reality as it is today.
But
I mean, we can talk ourselves to death out here, and that would be done. So why don't we just keep it hold they are today?
But it sounds like you're mixing two rules. Either it's specified, and in which case, if any of it's research, it's all counted, or it's mixed and...
Well, it's kind of inherent. If you specify your research and you spend it on something else, then you share.
Well, but this group last...
Let me be in a circle. Let me clarify. What our understanding is that the SAM clearly specify designation for research. Okay, so if the endowment has research language where the institution can definitely justify this is intended for research, it should go to yes. Then you got the mixed situations where you got education, research, and other activities. In those mixed situations, then the question to be answered: are you spending more than 50% of the funds in research? If it is, then yes, okay. And then the other question is that I think what I'm seeing happening, if the donative agreement or everything doesn't say anything about those endowments to be dedicated research, so we cannot act on those. At this point, should be no or postponed for the following meeting.
So,
correct?
if one that says endowed chair, which category is that?
If the donor agreement does not say anything about research in that donor agreement, it should not be considered.
So that's unspecified.
That's unspecified.
See, I'll put forward my argument again, but I mean, y'all can vote me down, as you know, that that an endowed chair is expected to do research, and even though it does not specifically say research in the donor agreement or the bequest or whatever it is, that the requirement is still there. It be used for.
Is this a written requirement?
I think in those cases you need to go back to the donor and basically modify the language.
Well, okay, and so if the donor is dead.
Yeah. I know, that's a problem.
So it's a bequest, and it's from 10 years ago.
Yeah.
No.
What you're saying is, for endowed chairs, you're saying the research impetus is implicit.
Yes, that is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
You need the word.
Right.
But it's not we make decisions today against those rules.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
I know it is a can of worms.
Either one word.
Either one.
Yeah, either one word.
Do we have the option of leaving the endowed chair
questionable? Or?
Yes.
That's what I
Until
thought
we
we
can
would-
all get
that's what I
together
thought
and
we
That's what I thought we'd agreed on.
don't say yes, don't say no. Leave them as questionable until we can get together and set down
Right.
how
That
to
gives
handle these
everybody the
particular
same
claims.
opportunity. That's what I
Yes.
thought we had agreed.
Yeah.
Which means
Leave them questioned at this point
Yeah.
to define what criteria
Exactly.
we were going to impose, and then allow everybody to bring their gift/endowments to a
To the
separate to a separate discussion.
So is our goal that that will occur this year?
Prior to, I thought one of the comments was prior to the reporting of the expenditures.
Right, that's what
Which is October, so we've got some time.
Yeah, but the report is due October 15th.
Right.
That doesn't mean I can do anything if it's September 15th.
Right.
Because I only have until like 8/31 to make reallocations in the accounting system to move it from an instruction to a research coding.
This is
So we have
It's got to be done in the next few
6
weeks.
Yeah.
Next few weeks we have to make a decision. And then even then, they don't like me waiting until the last 2 weeks in August.
Right.
and
No,
going,
of course not.
Oh, now I have all these reallocations I want to do.
Yes.
So the sooner the better.
So for that purpose, are you all comfortable with me going through and picking out the ones that have research specifically in there, the ones that don't, or do you want to hear today all of the...
Just the ones with research, I think you should just pick them out and then we can...
Okay, because I can't do that.
Right, and we know we're gonna wait.
Okay. So let me send Dale a list then of the ones that we have the donor agreements that are specific on research, and the ones that aren't, and we'll hold that other discussion. Is that okay?
Yes.
Is that what we're supposed to do? Did somebody write it down?
I've written it several times, but it keeps changing.
Well, I wrote it right here. So it's specified research, specified mixed purpose, and unspecified. And this unspecified category is the one you just talked about, where it doesn't say, and we're tabling it. These two we can make a decision on with our.
And you're putting the endowed chair in the unspecified. If it's just an endowed chair,
I
you're
think
saying that
at
is
this point, yes.
Yeah.
Dale?
Yeah, purpose, I think we wanted.
Carrie on the phone. Could you write that up and get it to us? Because the audio is not real good for us, and every now and then I get music. So I think we're catching part of that conversation, but I'm not sure I'm hearing all your conclusions.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so we'll just skip those for the moment. That one, the next one is also, we discussed, that one's a gift that's only been directed by the institution. That's 12737. The next one, 12740. That is another chair.
We've got this one resolved?
No, she said...
No, that one's going to go in that question list.
Okay.
That's one I talked about that has it's a bequest, but there's no...
Scroll up a little.
Is that the one that we have a dead donor?
Other way, I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's go down.
I want 16.
Okay.
That's a chair?
That's a chair.
Okay.
The next one, 12743, and the next 12745 are both trip. So you said yes on those.
Full 19.
Right.
Okay, that one there.
Go to the CDF number, CFDA number.
Pull this up.
This CFDA description, this is basically, I think, a formula grant to the states. There's a lot of uses in there. Part of it has to do with down at the end of uses and restrictions, one of the things is services for groups with special needs. And the extra cost of exemplary models for delivering job services. Our project doesn't fit very well within the CFDA. It's funded by the state agency. Let me just read you the beginning of it. This is the Lubbock Transitional Workforce Development Pilot Project. The purpose of this pilot project is to develop a model to address the issues of school-to-work transition for youths aged 14 to 24 with ASD, which is autism-related disorders, and other related pervasive developmental disabilities by engaging a variety of traditional service providers, such as state agencies, educators, school districts, health providers, and other workforce development system stakeholders, in a collaboration to improve access to and availability of research-based interventions to employers and project participants. The main objective is to increase employability outcomes for youth with ASD and maximize the potential represented by this relatively untapped segment of the population.
It's a model program.
It's a model program.
All right, mark that one yes. Howard Hughes.
12748. This is a project funded by the Howard Hughes Medical Institute. The two activities that are currently being funded are, one is student research, and the other one, undergraduate student research, and the other one is pre-college and other outreach, and 65% of the funds are being used for undergraduate student research.
Is that good?
Yes. Next one, 12751, we're going to withdraw that one.
Got that?
Yes.
All right.
12754, that's a gift that was used to
That's for your
help
MRI?
purchase the MRI.
Yes, it's already yes.
And leave that one questionable?
Yeah.
Okay, 12758 is another endowed chair.
Same for number 24.
Endowed chair.
25.
25.
Questionable.
And number 26 down there, 12767.
Let's look at 26.
That's a trip.
Okay, it's good.
Pull up 27.
The next one
That's
is
a
an
chair.
endowed
That's a chair. Questionable.
And number 28, that's 28, I think, is, let me see here.
Done. It's research.
28, 12771, 28. That one is one that we're submitting to TRIP, and so we will leave that one for the TRIP review.
Well, it already has a yes on it.
I think you put it on because
It's trip. It's pending trip review.
pending TRIP. It's pending TRIP review. It should be the note that's on it. It should
On
be-
this one?
No, the one up
one
above
above it.
number 28.
Okay, that's good.
The Niver Estate.
Okay, let's,
So that means that you're requesting that match be used for matching? What's
No,
pending?
what that means that we have the funding from the Niver Estate, and we are submitting that to the process of the coordinating board to have it certified for the TRIP
For the match.
And so, in order to certify for the TRIP matching, it has to be external. It has to be for research. And it has to be,
Now, should the note on there say it's pending
yeah.
approval of the state of Texas trip
yeah, let's
process?
put a pending,
I would think pending.
approval for TRIP on there,
Yeah.
on the note.
Yeah, pending
Yeah,
where?
here.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, I told everyone to put pending on if you had a pending award,
Yeah.
and then for status they marked everything pending to begin with. So those are two things that
Got
shouldn't
confusing.
be. They got nothing to do with each other.
Let's see.
Committees.
12776. This was a separate proposal that has been declined, so we don't need to talk about it. The next one
So
is...
we withdraw that one? Is that what we did?
Yes, withdraw.
Withdraw it.
What 776? 776. Withdraw that one. Was this really through the?
Yes, it is. This gentleman is a videographer, and it had to do with communication of something. I'm not quite sure what. But
Okay, so we're good on
It
this one?
it was a kind of an unusual model project. But it didn't get funded. Okay, the next one is a chair.
31's a chair.
The next one's a chair, and the next one's professorship. Chair.
32 is KPMG professor.
A chair?
Out of business
Yes,
accounting?
yes, that's it. Yeah, that's a professorship.
Okay.
Okay, the next one, 12786.
That's a STEM.
What kind of STEM project is it?
What is it?
What is the
on the
project?
CFDA number, please?
Up top there.
So we have a STEM that's all student support.
This one, I mean, this is just the general thing. One of the objectives there is providing the research necessary to inform educational practice.
Providing the research necessary to inform educational practice.
And
what is the project? To integrate research and education.
So what are they doing?
Yeah, what is the project?
This is, let me tell you, the project director, principal investigator, has given me this statement. The emphasis project includes support for recruiting and mentoring strategies in STEM disciplines. We are studying these practices with a view to understanding the best approaches and creating a model that can be disseminated to other institutions. Furthermore, we are linking several funded programs.
Yes.
Okay, yes on that one.
The next one is an endowed vision. The next one, 12792.
That one's questionable.
Yeah, that's an endowed chairs. This project is funded. This is an earmark. This is not submitted in response to a call for proposals. It does not fit very well with what is in the CFDA number. This is funding for our Center for the Study of Addiction and Recovery. The title of the project is Creating Recovery Support Communities on College Campuses. Reading from the project abstract, the Center for the Study of Addiction and Recovery is proposing funding for the continued replication and evaluation of its unique collegiate recovery community model at institutions of higher education across the country. This model, which engages 25% of the students, blah, 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 has been implemented at 7 institutions in 5 states. The collegiate recovery model continues to be sought after by other colleges and universities as a means to combat the problem of addiction to alcohol and other drugs on America's campus. Skipping down a bit, a multi-campus evaluation and outcomes measurement model that seeks to broaden empirical knowledge about recovery from addictive disorders in the collegiate population.
Okay, mark that one down.
Yes. The next one, 12796, we're withdrawing that one. And 12797, we're withdrawing that one. The next one is an endowed position. And the next one's an endowed position. And 12710, we're also withdrawing that one.
Slow down.
Okay, number 40.
Get off the hot seat.
Which are you withdrawing?
12710, the one Lechtenberg.
12810.
I'm sorry, 12810. I'm sorry, 12810. That one. That was one that was under review, and we've determined that it does not meet the requirements.
We're withdrawing.
We are withdrawing. So that takes us to 12812, which has a bad title, but this is an endowment.
Feedlot maintenance.
Feedlot maintenance, yes. I said it's we have to work on the names of our accounts, I think. But here is from
It's harder to do than you think.
the bequest that created this. The remainder of the state shall be for research projects with particular emphasis on livestock and farming. The nature of said projects and the amount to be expended on each to be within the sole discretion of the Board of Trustees. So it is a restricted gift, restricted to research in livestock and farming.
All right, we'll go yes on that one.
12816 is an endowed chair. No, wait. I'm sorry, it's not.
Fellowship, right?
12816. It is a fellowship endowment. And this is one of the ones that we need to put in our questionable, because what it is used for is to support graduate students who are doing research. But the endowment, the letter, I believe only speaks to supporting graduate students.
Number 43 is, or number 42?
42. And so the dollars go towards paying tuition.
The dollars go toward, I think they pay a stipend to the students.
And what are those students doing?
They're doing research.
And how much of that?
The institutional
But that's institutional.
It's going to end up in the same class as the endowed chairs.
Right. It's endowed chairs.
So we'll want to treat those the same way?
Yes.
In the endowed chair bucket.
I agree.
Which will be a whole bucket to start around.
One 2817 is another endowed chair. The next one.
But 817 looked like it was sponsored, designated as research. No.
This is the Bradford, support the Bradford chair.
It is.
Research support Bradford chair?
Right. It's an endowed chair.
So you have, well, the sponsor probably restricted it.
Yeah, well, I think it is restricted to research, but I thought we didn't want to go through every single one of those.
Get that one out of the way.
If you have it sponsored specified, we can
get one out of the way.
You want to go through all those today? I thought I was just going to give Dale a list of the ones that we actually have specified. Do you want to hear them? Is that okay?
Let's do that.
I mean, this one,
That's just one of
this
them.
is one of them. The primary objectives of the chair are: 1, to strive for excellence in the education of engineering students; B, to expand and explore the horizons of knowledge of the fields of engineering; and 3, to realize fruitful interaction between the university and industry.
And instead of us changing it to yes right now, you're just going to send me the
I'm
list
just
of
going to
this.
send
Okay.
That's okay, because there's some.
Then yeah, let's go to
So many of them.
44.
12818. That's a trip.
Make sure the note says trip so you know what it's pending for.
Which one is
Get me through.
Is that a pending
This
trip?
one, this one's pending trip.
That wasn't on your email.
Pending, yeah, but it's
I had,
it's a
yeah, it's a pending trip.
Oh, pending.
Pending trip.
That's chair, skip it.
Okay, it's a chair. The next one is trip.
Chip
It's
that.
trip approved. The next one is a professorship. Another professorship. Another professorship. Another professorship.
Right there.
12836.
Novel methods for the analysis of gene
That
signaling pathways.
seems to me like yes.
I'm already sold.
Yeah.
Are you really?
I mean,
The CFDA numbers on the page is 9,300. There's no specific program.
Oh. Okay, I'm
well,
sorry.
and it's,
CFDA numbers.
yeah, I bet you're fine on that one.
I don't know. Yeah, it's an RO1. It's an
RO1. Let it go.
Okay, yes on that one.
Yes, RO1, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, the next one. This is text dot.
Technical
You
assistance.
see why you would question it. The statement of work. is operational efficiency of alternatives / cost effectiveness. The performing agency will assist the receiving agency in the use of methods and techniques for determining cost effectiveness of alternatives and to develop a method to obtain benefits / cost figures for the alternatives to aid in choosing the best alternative. The performing agency will implement methods to test the operational efficiencies of the alternatives and to aid in choosing the best alternatives. So that's one. And the second one is micro simulation and modeling for traffic input. Performing agency will conduct an analysis of the impact of lane and ramp closures, two-way frontage road conversions to one-way detours, etc. Using micro simulation and modeling, micro simulation models files will be shared with the receiving agency on a regular basis.
Just the agency?
And agencies' approved partners on a regular basis. The next one, traffic, I'm sure there will be other publications.
Yeah, I mean, because we've often said in the past that just reporting back to the sponsor doesn't constitute dissemination.
But this, all the performing agency cares about is that they get...
Correct, the deliverable.
Deliverable. That's... so there's another study of traffic signal timing, utilizing some software. And the next one is road user cost, assist in determining the cost experienced by the road user during proposed construction for the purpose of including incentives and disincentives in future construction.
That whole, most of those programs that come from TxDOT that come to us, they're all based on research. They're looking for answers to...
Yeah, all the activity sounded like research.
Right.
Yeah,
they all are.
So it's their RTI, it's their research transportation institute.
It's just in this one is specifically for projects or problems.
Right, that they want to address.
So yes on that one.
Yeah. Still research. Let's see. Next one, this one, Lawson, we withdraw that one. We got down to
843?
Yes, 843, yes. The next one is a chair. The next one, everybody finds this rather amusing. This is a contract with the Midwest Research Institute in Kansas City. It is federal funding coming through them. I specifically asked the principal investigator about this and showed him this definition, and he says it should be R&D per example 5, and there he's talking about activities involving the training of individuals and R&D techniques, where such activities use the same facilities or other whatever. So it's 5. The majority of the proposal is the use of TGA and DSC for identifying explosive compounds.
Yeah, that's research.
The explosive range is...
Oh, okay. TGA is thermogravimetric analysis. DSC is differential scanning, calorimetry. That's why there's a few scientists in there. That's training and techniques. So you got it right. A5.
Okay.
Yeah.
The next one's another endowed chair, I think. Right?
Endowed.
5-1, yes. Another endowed chair, chair. Oh, wait. No, one of them's not. One of them is the Thornton Agriculture 12853. 853. The Agricultural Finance Institute Endowment Fund. This is a research institute. The funds. Funds are to be used in the agricultural finance program to support personnel, printed material, travel, general operating expense, and other items related to the program. And it is a research program, so are we okay with that?
It's relegated just to the institute,
just to that institute,
not the finance department.
Right, no, it is an institute.
leaning towards it.
In fact, the person who is the account manager there is not the chair of the department. He is I do not have very much on it.
Well, it says to support the program, and the program is a research institute.
Right.
So we're using Syllogy.
Let's go yes on that.
Yes.
I'm a yes on that. I think we can yes that.
1, 2, 8, 5, 4.
Chair.
Another no chair.
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 It's a chair. Another one.
That one there.
Who's that?
Center
We got that one
expansion.
resolved. Let's look at this one.
1, 2, 8, 6, 7.
What was the one above? Oh, you already have it. Yes. Okay. Okay. Okay.
6, 3, 2, 8, 6, 8. That one, that proposal has been declined. We're withdrawing that one.
Okay.
We're withdrawing.
So mark that one and make a note on it?
No, it's declined.
Yeah.
Withdrawn.
It's declined, so it's withdrawn.
Yeah.
Say no and put the withdrawal note on it. On the
12868.
868?
869 is TRIP approved.
And it has a yes. So we're to 65?
Yeah.
Startup.
3.
College of Engineering.
This is an oddly titled one. The faculty member's name is Span. So this is the startup package for one of the faculty members recruited from using ETF Research Superiority Award. So the funding for this came from the match to that came from AT&T. So it was specifically for
Startup funds for his research.
Yes.
I say yes.
Say yes on that one?
Okay, so I saw that one. Well, so if they were institutional funds for startup, no.
No, right.
If it's a gift for startup, third party, yes. Okay.
So the trick is to go out and get third-party startups. It's actually hard to get startup funds for new faculty through a gift, so congratulations.
Unusual, yeah.
Well, it's only because of the ETF Research Superiority.
Yes.
Taking the moral community?
This one, this is was a proposal that was funded by the E.A. Franklin Charitable Trust. Summary of the proposal: the objective of this research is to survey approximately 6,000 American university students at 12 different schools in order to compare trends and tendencies regarding their religious beliefs and practices, deviant behavior, and measure their emotional well-being. We also intend to interview the dean of students at each location to learn more about each school's compliance policies and disciplinary procedures.
Yes.
Say yes on that one. There's one right below it that's got
I think that was just a duplicate that somehow got in
That's
there.
a duplicate?
It's exactly the same.
Same amount,
The name is just a little bit different, so I think I just lined through that.
Looks like it just didn't.
Just say yes on both of those.
You can expend it but once.
The next one is an endowed position. And the next one, 12883, is interesting. It has a CFPA link. Among the uses and restrictions there are improving the business and international education curriculum of universities and conducting research and developing specialized teaching materials appropriate to business-oriented students. This is a proposal that is in the process of being funded. The title of it is International MBA for Working Professionals. The project director has said, well, she read the Appendix A and said, well, the grant is for curriculum development and promotion of an IMBA degree for working professionals to add to the college's portfolio. The primary
I think we
activity...
can take this one. Say
yes.
Workforce Research and Change.
12884.
Was that there? This one here. This one here.
69.
Say yes to this one.
1288.
Now we're on,
We're on number 70?
Yeah,
right?
12884.
I hate to delay you guys. I know you've been working all day, but I didn't hear enough about that international MBA
Okay.
program to feel comfortable.
All right.
No?
Yes.
Let me read you. Okay. The primary activities of the grant are curriculum and pedagogy development, which will serve as a model for other possible programs at the Ross College and at other universities. This curriculum will be taught using innovative, cutting-edge instructional technology. The use of media site capture technologies will make it possible to deliver courses in a very different way from traditional methods. We are planning to use this technology for much of the new curriculum. But we are using the results of these classes as a model to change and improve our existing curriculum and to give us variety, flexibility, and innovation in our delivery methods. The core principles that will be developed and implemented for this program may be applied throughout the college and beyond. We will be collecting data on student learning outcomes and effectiveness of pedagogy throughout the grant period and then present and publish the findings.
Yes.
I brought the evaluation plan, which is...
well, in almost every single objective up there is research.
The program here under the uses and restrictions and even the objectives.
Right.
Research.
Yeah, there are only two in there that didn't use the word research.
Oh, so kill this. Let's go to the next one.
Yes, yes.
This is feasibility research for the adaptive reuse of the Algarita Hotel in Post, Texas. The feasibility study has 6 parts. Research sustainable reuse of the building, research renovation and restoration study, research historical information concerning the building, research how to renovate a building which is on the National Historic Registry, research commission studies from structural experts / environmental experts, and finally develop a strategy for the eventual reuse of the building. Research. Okay with that?
Yes, on that one.
That's it. A feasibility study.
Yeah. And the last one is approved for trip 12885. So it should be yes.
It's a trip. It should be yes.
Yes. Mine does not match.
That last one's a trip?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
Pending
No,
trip.
no,
it's
it's a
approved
trip.
trip.
It's an approved trip. I believe. Yes, it's approved trip. It's approved.
It wasn't in the email I gave him.
It was.
a while ago.
It was not. I sent it in subsequently because I had misunderstood.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can I go next?
You want to go? Does anyone else want to go next? That's sitting here in the room, right? There's
Sure, I
someone
will.
we haven't done one.
Let's get it done.
I've got 2 quick ones.
Let's do someone on the phone now. Where are you from?
This is Carrie Brown from Stephen F. Austin.
Pull up Stephen F. Austin.
12449 and 12444.
Okay. Start talking about the nursing.
Okay, 12444. That actually is a subaward from the Texas Tech Health Science Center. And we're we have a contract with them that mirrors the primary activities of that particular award. And we thought that it was research, but then I emailed Texas Tech University Health Science Center and got an email back that they were classifying it as applied research. So, based on what they're calling their prime award, that's where we made our decision as well.
Who is the prime sponsor?
Hang on a second.
Who did
Coming from the
Texas Tech get
Department
their
of
money from, though?
Labor.
Yeah. Department of Labor?
Uh-huh.
DOL.
I understand it's WIA, but it's Texas Tech Health Science Center, and the primary goal, I think, is to, I'm looking for, it's kind of hard to pull it out of this contract.
Well, the only thing, the Texas Tech Health Science Center, they're not a part of the restricted research, and they're not usually represented here. So I'm not sure about they coded it research. They may not be using.
They said that they were calling it applied research. Now, I know they don't code it in the same system we do, but I specifically asked them what they felt it was.
Well, what's your scope of work on this project?
Yeah, I don't think we can use theirs. We have to know what yours is exactly.
What are you doing? Do you have a budget?
Yes, hang on a second. What we have is a project director, a retention specialist, a graduate research assistant, student assistant, a statistician, and that's the majority of the funds. It's $128,163. And then there's what they're doing is taking students, and basically it's a nursing retention study, and they're doing interventions on the students and then evaluating the effectiveness of the interventions on their retention in nursing programs.
So do you have a list of the objectives you could tell us? Like in your program abstract?
The problem with that, I'm looking for it, is that they're coming through, they've got this contract that came in through WIA, and we're a sub-portion of that. Hang on just a second.
What are your deliverables? What do you have to provide?
I'm looking for it. Hang on. Sorry, it's about 400 pages. It's all Recovery Act stuff.
Well, you said that you're doing a study.
And then at the end of it, they tell you not to use a cell phone while you're driving, right?
So there have students that are I'm sorry, I'm still looking for this. It's been amended 4 times, so. Okay, we are, they're refining, we're supposed to refine an at-risk protocol based on academic, environmental, and demographic variables, determining the ability of the refined protocol to predict on and off track rates for students flagged at risk, determining if self-efficacy is a predictor of attrition, pooling data sets for 3 years of at-risk students and examining data to identify possible differences between ADN and BSN programs, conducting reading baseline assessment.
It's research. We'll go with research.
Yeah, I think we should go with research.
All right, make that one yes, Ronnie. And the next one, Kurt?
And she has a statistician.
Yeah, she has a statistician.
She's paying a statistician on her project, so she's definitely doing a study.
Okay, was that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. The second one, the 12449, the STEPS program is a response to a coordinating board project, and the program name is Design and Pilot a Framework and Tools for CCRS Educator Preparation Demonstration Sites. And so that was under D2, where it's a pilot project.
What? It's a pilot project? What kind of pilot project?
Supposed to develop an educator preparation framework, develop a self-assessment tool for the evaluation of quality and effectiveness of educator preparation programs and their alignment, establish preliminary networks of partners to form demonstration site pilot networks, produce documentary video case studies of sample
But isn't demonstration project specifically not specifically defined as not research here in our guidelines?
What number?
Based on A4 of 4 under other types of sponsored projects, it says demonstration projects where the primary purpose is to apply previous R&D findings in new settings and demonstrate their utility, that's been determined not R&D. It's under F3.
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing. What did you say?
We're looking at Appendix A, Guidelines of SAM, and we're looking at F3, Demonstration Projects, which has it classified under other types of sponsored projects, which has been determined to not be R&D.
How are you implementing your demonstration project? Exactly what are you doing?
Are you, I guess the question is, are you applying previous R&D findings in a new setting and analyzing that?
That's not my understanding. Hang on, let me pull up the objectives.
And I guess on that, the point is you have to show that there is a significant new R&D component.
Yes.
Yes, in order for it to qualify.
There's a new component. That's why I asked, what is she doing?
That was a good question. Are those flow-free monies?
Well, there's no CFDA number, so it's not federal.
No, it's state.
I'm wondering because it's coordinating board. Can we?
One of the objectives is the design for implementing and evaluating for replication. The plan for implementation will generate a research-based model which other universities and community colleges can replicate.
But are we doing coordinating board state money to state money? Or
if it's not appropriated money.
Yeah, I think I checked with Dale earlier, and Dale, I'm not sure, but I think that it was determined that this was eligible.
But if it's not appropriated money, we can count it.
Yeah, if they allow it here, I think this one's okay.
So you're creating a program that's going to be replicated?
Yes. It's both design and piloting of the program. And I think that there are demonstration sites involved in the as part of the research component.
This is the one we looked at where you were called. This would be called a prototype, right?
That's correct. I think there was one initially funded at A&M, and then this was the second one that was funded.
Well, so then if it's a prototype, then you are putting it in environments and assessing the environment. So it is previously developed. A previously developed prototype you're putting into a setting and analyzing?
Is she developing a prototype and then they're going to replicate it, or is she imitating a prototype?
My understanding is you have the prototype and you're going to put it at these sites and see how it works. Is that correct?
No, I think we have to develop it first.
Okay, so you haven't developed a prototype?
No. That is being designed, piloted, and then put at the preparation sites as far as I can from now.
A mixed purpose demonstration project. Interesting. Okay. Then
It gets down to the, I think we have to go to the...
you go to the 50% rule, but that's not what our guidelines say. So then I'm back to if the design component is there and you have to do all that work to develop it, then it's development.
Right. I think the point about the demonstration site pilot network, that's actually only the third objective, which is to establish a preliminary network of partners to form a demonstration site. So the development and assessment is the primary part of the project.
Okay. I say yes then.
Yes. Yeah, right. If that's true. Okay.
So let's put back to someone in the room.
Okay, thank you.
He's really anxious. All right. Aren't you really anxious? We'll show that.
Who needs to get out of here?
I'm leaving.
Who needs to get on a plane out of here?
No, who's got a plane? Oh, I don't have a plane.
I'm not on a plane.
I gotta
All
get
right,
going.
let's
Bye.
go to you.
It's been fun.
All right, I don't have a plane. You're getting soon. Oh, yeah, we'll let El Paso fly.
Yeah, that override.
Very late.
My car will wait on me. Your plane won't.
That's right. That's right.
Then I even stick around for you.
And she'll flutter her eyes.
Okay, El Paso.
Okay, the first one, the type of was, you have the first one, but not the time. It's a Bridges to the Baccalaureate program. It's NIH. It's qualifies under.
Training of students in science.
Is it training students in research?
Right.
It's A5.
That's just got to be
And it's a renewal. It used to be on their prior.
Bridges
I say
program.
yes.
Yeah, and Bridges programs, NIH, yes.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the one we're talking about right there?
Yeah, it's biomedical research and research.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it is. Bridges research, yes.
Next one.
All right,
Yes.
We're on project change.
I don't know that one.
Board 369.
Okay, this one is the weirdest one, and we're going to draw it.
Okay.
The title
Next.
was a little bit misleading.
Withdraw that one. You got it?
You got it.
Number 3.
Then you got to do some common research. Alright, next one. Oh, this one, I'm sorry, it didn't make the full benefit of the title, and I brought it up. It's developing clinical experiences for graduate studying biomedical engineers, a national model for educational training in low resource settings. The specific abstract is, let's see, it's already all along the mountain table. Here we go. Okay, the specific abstract is
Withdrawn?
You've already withdrawn it?
Oh, this one's already out, right?
I withdraw my withdrawal.
She did more research.
It qualifies as
The curriculum development.
funding to implement these options in the PhD program in biomedical engineering. The UTEP biomedical engineering low resource setting program will be an option for students in the biomedical engineering doctoral program with an emphasis on clinical and design experiences focused on use of technology for delivery of healthcare in low resource settings, as well as coursework in regulatory issues and entrepreneurship that are so important for the translation of laboratory research into clinical implementation. All are looking to support the following 3 goals. Design and pilot a series of 4 courses as an option within the new PhD program in biomedical engineering. Design and pilot 3 experimental learning opportunities related to the needs of clinical settings and technology support in low resource settings. Disseminate the results to meet the application.
I say yes.
Yeah. Yep. Thank you. Done.
Yes, on that one. Take that note off that I put on there. Put that on there based on an email I think you've sent me.
Yeah, I withdraw my withdrawal.
Number 4.
Yeah, that's going to cost you.
There's coffee. I can run Okay, this one is a USDA one. I know that the CFP number is not quite as good as our own explanations, but under A5 it does fit. The CFPA number does talk about food and agricultural sciences and the nation food agricultural scientific and professional workforce, but the specific justification and abstract on the PI is its educational research opportunities for underrepresented students in the field of sustainable engineering. The main goals are carbon footprints, developing research opportunities for underrepresented students at both the undergraduate and graduate level. And it goes on to the first phase towards establishing strong research programs in areas of design, the sustainability, manufacturing, sustainability, and sustainable systems, and the ultimate transformation of sustainability.
Good to me.
Now I can read the whole thing.
Let's go yes on that one.
Go yes.
Okay. And next one. This is what we got. Okay. This one is a Department of Homeland Security grant, CFDA number 97.62, and they make 3 options. And the third one is provide advanced professional research development opportunities for fellow scholars and faculty in targeted areas in order to increase the diverse and highly talented cadre of new emerging science and technology working in areas of importance and needs to homeland security. And key elements of the abstract say proposed that it will synergetically engage in current research efforts conducted by PIs and others at Intel. And then I have quoted the proposed effort to expand these outcomes to include skills and behaviors required by people participating in the project that make benefits to the national security. The proposed effort to develop, evaluate, and institutionalize educational models that holistically integrate HMS Homeland Security STEM themes throughout the broadening role of computational authors and research. Furthermore, successful strategy will be disseminated to the 11 members including alliance for expanding serving institutions, reaches and by nature. Through the engagement of graduate students and other division undergraduates in computational research and future, predominantly the Islamic institution project will increase outreach, including mentoring and engage capable students, educationally underrepresented groups and facilities transitions to careers in research or engage in STEM employment. Okay. And proposed effort will...
I'm leaning towards yes. Anybody else?
I am.
I am as well.
I think you've
yes
said
on that?
enough to meet 3 and 4 on there.
I think so too. Alright, this is a industry contract from Talent and Sunstrand. There were both because and I reviewed it and figured it would be qualified. The CFDA number, we did research that, and it's for the discovery, innovation, invention, and improvement developed throughout the aeronautics and space program, brought to the attention of private industry, academic institutions, and state and local governments. So that's the overarching purpose of the responsible industry and the industry costs. And
Yeah, but isn't that more tech transfer?
Pardon?
More tech transfer?
There's nothing transferred yet.
Okay.
Mostly student training.
Well, it says here to ensure that technologies that have resulted from government-sponsored research are made available to the widest extent practicable. So it's not anything that's already been developed?
Generic mathematical models, non-trivial model assumption necessary inputs for deep development, concept design package, for incorporation into a programmatic document, data testing and demonstration, kind of disseminated as under given tutorials for
I can look down here. It says NASA Technology Transfer Offices at NASA Field Centers work with the public sector and others to identify problems. So is this a model on how NASA can get the information about their technology out to private industry?
All I know is that we're engaging undergrads as well as graduate students to work in laboratory settings to develop models, models using software, developing some software, and therefore meeting the deliverables of the industry partner. I think the industry partner's main interest is to engage students in research. It's the primary overall initiative that they have, and I think that's a requirement that NASA sets to them.
Well, it says the type of assistant there is the dissemination of technical information.
It does come with the contract from Hamilton Central.
Okay.
I talked to Hamilton Central and said, it's one of the initiatives here, but because you know you can't get the FDA out of industry. It just don't.
That's right. Or a contract. And if it's contract, it's not a grant, and CFDAs are only for grants.
Exactly. So what we did is
Oh, so you went and tried to find a CFDA that was similar? Oh, I wouldn't do that. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. If it's a contract and there's not one, I wouldn't make one for it. And so, yeah, this is confusing.
This one's got nothing to do with NASA.
This one's confused. Well, it does. It is a NASA program.
It's a NASA program.
But they selected it on their own. It wasn't given to them by the sponsor, and it's not being funded under this program number.
But what it's...
And I was so proud of myself because the contract we got from Samsung actually referenced the contract number to the NASA system. I found it all up embedded under that.
Now, the program that's got a CFDA.
What you're saying is this is a research graduate experience?
Research training.
Right, and I think we need to rely on your objectives and not this. It just raises more
your
questions.
description about developing computational models and all that was very good and was going down the right path.
Withdraw your CFDA.
I think you may have offered more information than you should.
So we'll mark this one.
No, I don't want to put it that way.
That's probably something different.
Yeah, we'll take a lawyer approach and just say answer only the questions you need to answer.
Name right. That's right.
I think that's exactly that.
And then let's talk about the general dynamics.
General dynamics, same.
That's an easy one.
No. Yeah, this is a flow through, and please absolutely do not. Yeah. Okay. I can give it a try.
If you can't read it, we're just going to.
I say yes.
I can look at the title and get a real good sense of it.
Yeah. The title looks good to me, and it's general dynamics and what they do.
I so appreciate.
Yeah, we do a lot of coatings work. That would be novel materials.
About 800 on the CFDA. That's not error money because of the overweight requirements. If you go into the 12.800, it comes up as error. Okay, and he overlooked the coding. Next. Oh, I can.
We'll tell your ARRA auditor.
I am. Okay, the next two are trip.
Okay.
8, 9, mark them as trip and say yes.
Trip approved, not trip pending.
Trip approved. Have we marked Texas Tech on those?
We marked them either approved.
Approved or pending.
Yes.
I'll make sure that you've got the three that are.
These aren't pending though. These have been approved.
Those are approved. Yeah. We put yes.
Okay. We didn't capture anything with the deal or not. So, and the number 10 is trip.
we can say yes on 10.
And number 11 is true. You know them all like together.
11 is true. 10 and 11.
We're done.
Anyone on the phone? Let's bounce back onto the phone. Anyone on the phone still?
Yes.
Who's this?
Yes. This is University of Houston downtown.
Downtown, okay.
I can barely hear you though. I'm sorry.
Let's do your award now. Are you ready for it?
Yeah, because I just have the one.
Okay.
Is it okay to go ahead?
Let's see here.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you guys.
We're looking at your information right now. Does this one look okay? Yeah. We're gonna go ahead and take this one. Mark that one as yes. Now we'll come back in here. We'll see. You want to go? Let's see. How many you got there?
How about 3?
Let's do your 3.
University of North Texas.
Oh, okay. So, University of North Texas.
Okay, Munchie.
First one's easy.
If you'll pull up the CFDA. Under the objectives, our project falls within the first sentence, which is through monitoring and understanding the resources invested of supported activities include research and education in the following disciplines, and this one falls under language
pretty straightforward. Yeah.
Hey, on the phones right now, if possible, if you've got a mute button, can you mute that while you're part of the call? Thank you. Okay, number 2.
Okay, number 2 is cut right. Okay. And that one looks a little strange. Texas Guaranteed Student Loan Corporation.
Right.
But I can tell you that the application, the grant application, is the research category to this corporation that we submitted under. And it asks for our proposed research project and the background on and what our focus of our proposed research is. Describe the benefit directly and indirectly from your research. It has data collection and analysis with your research methodology and design. And it is those processes studying the transfer policies and the program for the state. So there's no money in the budget for students getting a guaranteed loan or anything. The budget...
The process.
Yeah, the budget involves money for personnel and students just to work salaries to work on the data collection.
Are all the results going only back to the TGSL?
No, the dissemination.
Yeah, I get a little more on the dissemination.
Okay. Dissemination of the findings for the benefit of state legislatures and institutions of higher education will enhance and refine both policy development and implementation in their areas. The improved policies will have a direct benefit for the students, but there is a dissemination plan to go outside of Texas Guaranteed to share with the state and other institutions. This actually is a study to conduct research to fill the gaps and provide further inquiry into policies and programs, which initially started with a program with the coordinating board to enhance the transfer rates and success. And so once our faculty members stopped working with the coordinating board, they've now taken that preliminary data and have asked the Texas Guaranteed Student Loan Corporation to fund further research with that same data to enhance the transfer programs for the state.
I want you to redo the timetable. Yeah, a lot of people get together to redo that.
It's not generalized dissemination, but it's dissemination, much like the Texas Court Justice training.
Hey, who's on the phone right now? We can hear a conversation that's going on in the background.
UTPA is on the line.
Okay.
I think that's TSU.
Okay, what's your name today?
Now, everybody that's on the phone, if you hit your mute button, we won't have to hear what you're saying.
Until it's your turn. Okay, thanks.
We do have a focus group and had human subjects approval on
I
this.
think they were both okay. I was just asking about the
So go yes on that one. And number 3?
Number 3 is a title issue. The establishment of the UNT SRC Center for Electronic Materials. It's a virtual center. There is no physical center or any supplies bought or furniture bought or anything to establish the center.
Okay, so we can take that one there. Number 3.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, let's flip to someone out on the phone again. Who do we still have on the phone?
Yeah, this is UT Brownsville. Can we go next?
Yeah, let's go Brownsville.
Great.
You got 2 of them?
We have 2 of them.
All right.
Do you want to go first? Let me go in reverse order, just real quick. The 12380.
Okay.
Okay. This is a Department of Ed grant, and it supports a large multifunction project that targets graduate-level students in the computer sciences and in the mathematics.
Okay.
When we did an analysis of the budget, over 50% of the funds of this mixed-purpose grant is supporting research. Okay. From the abstract, it'll show you that it is a mixed-purposes project. It tells us that the overall aim is to improve the retention and graduation rates of Hispanics and low-income graduate students in the computer science and mathematics field, to improve their competitiveness to enter PhD programs, as well as to attract more students into the STEM. Okay, it has a variety of components, including course development, faculty-mentored research, outreach to high schools for the dissemination of research results, summer internship programs, invited speakers, etc., etc. Okay. A key component to achieve the goals of this project is a significant research component that actively engages the graduate students in a variety of faculty-mentored research projects in computer science and mathematical fields, basically as a vehicle to motivate and retain the students. Our calculations show that 54% of the budget is directed towards research.
Research training.
Okay.
Research training.
Do you need more information?
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, keep going.
Okay.
Let's talk about the administrative supplement.
Okay, the administrative supplement. Go ahead, Suzanne.
This is a MBRS RISE program, and what we have received is what they call an administrative supplement. But indeed, it is just a supplement to enhance the original project. We have out of $164,000 budget, we have $70,000, which is specifically for equipment. It's for a confocal microscope. And
I say yes.
We'll take that one.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
We'll take that one. Okay.
Okay.
So you're done.
We're done. Thank you.
So we go over the small awards next Thursday. So same time, just on the phone.
I'm not done.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Who's
Can
this?
UTPA go next?
Who? Pan American?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Let me see. The first one we'll take a look at is Dr. Child's project. It is, what number is this? It's 12367.
Okay.
Okay, this is an ARP award.
Wait, ARP?
The objective of this proposal is to use micro-local analysis theory to find the connection between the singular structures such as edges, angles, corners, poles, boundaries, shapes,
Okay,
etc.
yeah, we don't include those in the set of restricted research.
Oh, we're on number 6?
Okay, you don't include that in there?
Right.
No.
Okay.
But that's one y'all did get, though, right?
Yeah.
Y'all got that one. All right.
So
Okay.
no.
Then there is the, let's see, what is it? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8.
Okay. Amstead Rail.
Hello?
Amstead Rail.
Yes. Let's see how we want to do. Okay, the objective of the vertical suspension damper design and testing project is to produce a hydraulic damping system with a predefined linear relationship between pressure and flow rate for both extension and retraction of the damper cylinders.
Okay, we'll go ahead and we'll take that one. We'll mark that one yes. Go to the next one.
The next one, Karen Watts. It's an Abbott project. Okay, I don't have the number on that one. It's an Abbott Center. Okay. Let's see. And the participants will be, no. The study will focus on student performance in higher education and the use of Abbott strategies by Abbott graduates. Participants will be selected from Abbott high schools in all divisions. At the end of their first semester, Abbott graduates will be asked to participate in a survey. Timelines of deliverables, the IRB is on file. Seniors will be asked to submit an information sheet on UTPA research and blah, blah, blah.
Okay, we'll take that one. Go to your next one.
Okay. The next one will be the Casio project. This one. A sustainable qualitative and quantitative data collection infrastructure will be designed and implemented to allow for analysis of program completers' impact on their academic achievement and English language.
We're going to mark that one as yes.
Okay. The other two we're going to withdraw, which were the South Texas workforce.
Okay.
And I think that takes care of us.
Was that it for that?
Two withdrawn.
That was the list that was on that we were given, yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Pan Am.
All right, thank you.
So let's bounce
someone in-house.
Let's go with Texas Women's.
I'm sorry, did you say Texas Southern?
Texas Women's University.
Okay.
Texas Women's University.
Our first one's 11596. There is a CFDA on it. I'm not sure it's all that helpful, but you want to look at it?
Workforce.
This is a workforce, and this is ARA funding.
We looked at this one on somebody else's.
Let me tell you about our piece of the subcontract from Texas Tech Health Science Center. The question that they're working on, and this is kind of interesting, but I don't want to bore you, it's a quick one. Kind of the issue is figuring out how to train nurses in an environment where we're losing them right and left due to overwork, to moving out of the environments. And one of the things they're looking at is using simulators. Those are simulated patients in training. They, in fact, find that our nurse faculty aren't able to adapt to using those because they haven't been trained. In fact, we had that set up in Houston. They got a simulation lab in but just set it in, and the faculty weren't trained in how to use it, and they didn't use it. So this whole issue, it's responding to create regional interdisciplinary clinical simulation centers, expand clinical education capacity, and support new models of clinical education that in fact utilize the simulator. So that's what they did. First and foremost, they developed a curriculum model to integrate the models of simulation scenarios. It's a one-year project. They basically got the money. They've set up a training which involved 2-day workshops. They followed up with Wiki. They trained initially 54 trainers who have already done 211. They have IRB on this one. It is they stated this is a prospective, non-experimental design employing survey methods to measure a participant's pre-intervention, post-intervention knowledge, attitudes, and confidence. They have an fairly extensive evaluation plan. The budget, they have a project director. They also have a research director.
So it's training people in research techniques, you'd say?
It's developing a model. It's developing a model.
They have simulation laboratories that they're not quite sure how best to use.
They've got faculty that don't know how to use it. So they're bringing in the nurse. It's a train-the-train, developing a train-the-train model, bringing in the nursing faculty, developing a model, which they've just started on. They're doing pre and post on
technology.
Developing a model on how to get these folks trained on this machine.
On using the technology they have,
or that they're going to get
towards you.
They initially, they've done attitudes to see if they'll accept the technology. They go through the training. So it's a train-the-trainer.
Any other questions on this one?
Okay.
All right, we'll go yes on this one.
Good. 11615 is Dr. Judy McFarland. This is in Houston, and I assume it was checked because it's an endowment fund. This is for total research. I can read you the abstract.
I would say just approve it.
Yeah, let's call this one.
Yeah,
yes.
I agree.
Good.
Someone on the phone? Want to go?
Yes, this is Texas A&M Texarkana.
Texarkana, okay.
Okay.
Texarkana.
On the grants that I have submitted, I would like to remove number 11638.
Okay.
And number 11640.
40, okay.
Okay, however, I do want to argue for number 11641.
Okay.
All right. The Hope 6 evaluation project is actually a project with the city of Texarkana Housing Authority. And it's basically designed to go in, evaluate the housing projects there. What the team has to do is to go in and do surveys, talk to the people, and do demographic studies and gather statistical reports to determine the best way to approach the redesign of that housing authority. They're trying to improve on it, so they're going to have to gather all this data together, write up an evaluation plan, and present it to the housing authority for the city of Texarkana, Texas. They will be doing surveys and all types of demographic studies.
Well, this happens to bring up a question I have about surveys, because surveys are listed as not research, but there are many surveys that involve...
I think there are surveys that are.
Absolutely.
And so we might want to look at that in the guidelines.
Yeah, another guy.
Surveys.
Just read that. You can lead that committee, Chris.
You know. Surveys is too generic, I think, in here, and folks may be... disallowing it when really it should be counted.
Surveys are a critical instrument to a lot of disorders. Yes.
They're going to do a service utilization and a resident outcome data report as well. They're going to meet with certain focus groups, community meetings, and gather together secondary data.
And this is kind of like work for hire from the housing authority. They need this for their own purposes in order to improve their own services. So is the dissemination of the information, what is that?
I'm sorry, what was the last part of your comment?
Where will this information go after it's collected, after the surveys and the interviews have been conducted?
Okay, this will be presented to the City Housing Authority for the City of Texarkana, but it will also be used to implement it at other places as well because it's going to become published.
Okay, that was my next question. Dr. Stripling plans on using it to publish from?
Now, I don't know if that's her intention to do that, but I do know that's a part of the project.
Well, then maybe.
Well, I think the intention of the faculty member to publish is a key component.
I suppose
because
you can.
It has a they have a guideline for the publishing of the data. Let me find it here in the contract. There is a specific guideline on how it's got to be done. Because, like I said, they're going to be reviewing and assessing pertinent background information. Let's see.
But you know, it doesn't. It does provide fuller understanding of the subject studied.
It's as good as studying the insects that are disturbing a citrus crop.
I'm looking. I'm sorry, I didn't mark that page. I read it, but I didn't mark it. Okay, scholarly publication review process. The contractor anticipates members of the evaluation team may seek to publish results of the Rose Hill. And it gives a guideline on how to publish the information here in the contract. So I'm assuming that presented it. I hadn't talked to her personally on it, but chances are she probably will be publishing it. But I can verify that.
I'd say yes.
I'm leaning towards yes, too.
Yes.
All right, any other questions on this one? All right. Like that one, yes.
Okay, then there is 11, let's see. Well, the other one is under 100,000, so you're not discussing that one today. The one on 11636, which is the teacher quality grant, I think I heard earlier this morning that there was someone else that brought that particular one up. And I'm not sure if you were leaning toward that is a research grant or not.
I think that's usually instruction.
It's usually instruction.
Yeah, it's been historically instruction for a long time.
But isn't that the one we said we were going to look
at?
Okay,
well then we'll remove that then. And so the only ones that I have left then will be the 11637. And then I believe 11642 is already pending.
Those are under 100.
And that's all that I have.
So
let's see, which one were you removing? Out of
I've removed 11636.
Okay.
I'm going to remove 11638. I'm removing 11640.
But if someone else had the same teacher quality one and we left it pending, we should leave this one pending. Yeah.
And it was pending the IRB? What was that?
That was
the Texas State.
I think that one had an IRB, which made it different.
I didn't think so.
Quality. Mine's teacher prep.
I thought there was a teacher quality.
Can we see the CFDA on this one? I don't think I've seen that CFDA today.
CFDA, what is it?
Isn't that Texas State? This one
on a formula basis.
The other one was teacher quality enhancement grants for state and partnerships.
So that's different.
San Marcos.
This is improving teacher.
That was a different program.
Right.
Different program.
Okay.
Okay, if it's a different program, then I'm going to go ahead and remove 11636.
I agree after reading this that it should be withdrawn.
Yeah.
So the only one that I'm requesting to be considered is 11641 at this present point in time. Okay, now 11642 is pending, and I never presented that, so I'm assuming that is something that's already being researched.
What?
Yeah, we're
See what it is.
That's next.
It's the next one. We have to go to the next page.
Is it under 100,000?
Under 100.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, I forgot it's under 100,000.
Okay.
I don't have any more 100,000.
Okay, so we're going to go over those smaller awards next Thursday, just over the phone.
Oh, okay. Well, that'll be fun.
So we'll flip back into the room. All right, here goes University of Houston.
Yeah. She's ready.
First one that we have is 13564. Integrated Science, Math, and Reflective Thinking, iSmart. I hope. All right.
Texas Foundation.
The purpose of the proposed project is to develop and implement a 2-year online graduate program for 6th and 8th grade science and math teachers. Program activities include analyzing and writing curriculum, analyzing theories of learning and models of integration of science and mathematics, studying children's thinking of content, and reflecting on own practices. Teachers will also participate in leadership activities such as grant and proposal writing, designing and implementing workshops, and developing outreach programs within their communities. In addition to the courses outcomes noted above, the College of Education will conduct external evaluations throughout the project to determine the summative impact of the project over time. This evaluation will focus on 4 areas: admission, pre-work, coursework, and summer experiences. So their coursework will have lesson analysis rubrics. Their summer experiences will have an impact analysis done. And will be conducted each summer to determine the outcomes of the face-to-face enrichment activities on the teachers, their knowledge base, and their ability to generalize information in their actions in the district. Workforce analysis tools will be identified and implemented as the teachers visit various locations, NASA, petrochemical companies, TMC, and determine the math and science skills that are required of students who will apply for these jobs in these locations. Grants will be sourced by the teachers and their districts. The number of grants, contracts, and in-kind support for math and science education in their local communities will be cataloged, and a Get Connected component will be added to the website to highlight their activities.
So there's a data collection part to it?
Yeah.
Evaluation and dissemination?
Mm-hmm. This is sort of looking at what the teachers know, analyzing how they learn, summarizing that information, and then feeding it back to them to create better coursework. Currently existing courses will need to be revised accordingly. For each course, in addition to university-required course evaluations, iSmart teachers will complete an anonymous course evaluation. Furthermore, rubrics are in place for constantly assessing products such as lesson plans and knowledge packages and video analyses. These rubrics will be modified for the iSmart program during the planning year. Finally, rubrics to consistently assess online interactions will be developed in the planning year and revised during the first year of implementation. What else?
So would you say it's mixed purpose?
It definitely mixed purpose, but a majority of it.
And what are you using exactly to define your majority part? The dissemination piece, or
the fact that they're they're evaluating, they're analyzing, and then they're feeding it back in to reevaluate, adjust it, analyze it, feeding it back to reevaluate.
Then what happens with the final?
To create a model.
Program.
They're trying to create a quantitative measure of teacher knowledge. Is what they're trying to do. And they're starting with a 2-day summer orientation prior to the first semester of coursework, where they're going to administer a baseline diagnostic teacher assessment in math and science.
The assessment serves two purposes: to describe the breadth and depth of science and mathematics content knowledge so the researchers and evaluators can determine teacher knowledge growth over time, and to describe middle school teachers' strengths and weaknesses in mathematics and science knowledge in order to make appropriate decisions with regard to further professional development. The assessments are scored by the staff. Once scored, they will send iSmart administrators detailed summaries of teachers' performances that include scores on individual items, on each subdomain in the content area, and on the different knowledge types. This will provide a comprehensive understanding of the incoming iSmart cohort. In addition, participating teachers will gain training and experience preparing grant proposals. They will have the opportunity to use these skills to win mini-grants offered within the program. The community and schools will also benefit from the grants embedded in the program, as well as the grant writing skills the teachers will bring home. iSmart program administrators will be in a position to contribute significantly to research about the professional development of teachers within online environments, as well as to research about the professional development of teacher educators. Research in both of these arenas is included as part of iSmart's expected outcomes. To date, administrators are considering the work of Simon, Sir.
I think I'm kind of leaning towards yes.
Okay.
There's a huge
I agree, yeah.
Data collection, evaluation process going on.
Any other questions on this one? All right, let's make that one a yes.
Okay. The next one is the AMP program, which we've reviewed in the past.
Yes.
I remembered that one.
Yes on number 2?
That's the beginning of phase.
Oh, wait.
The Senior Alliance.
Yeah.
The next one is the Reading First program, which we've reviewed almost every year as well. And the one that follows also, the Tejas-Lee, we've reviewed every year just about.
And we've already agreed it's research?
Yes.
Okay.
I have information if you want to hear it on it. No? Okay.
I have faith in our past meetings.
No.
You have to have a little bit of that everywhere you go.
You're getting tired, right? 13643 is Educational Experience Program, MDACC, Department of Symptom Research. Okay, the abstract. The purpose of the program is to provide practicum training for up to 10 pre-doctoral students. Students will gain experience in psychometric and quantitative measurements and have the opportunity to work with a multidisciplinary team working on ways to reduce...
Yes on that one.
All right, the next one. Research and writing on the history of the Texas Medical Center. This is a contract to increase the knowledge base on the history of the Texas Medical Center. Historians on behalf of the UHCPH will perform such services as may be necessary to research, document, and record the history of the Texas Medical Center in a professionally researched and written book, and assemble appropriate archives in connection therein, culminating in the publication of a commercial quality book on or before April of 2013. UHCHP shall pay all costs and expenses incurred in the connection with the project, including historians and researchers' salaries, transcriptions, and other expenses required to complete the project. So they're basically doing a complete history, including, let me see, they were doing interviews. Here we go. The purpose of this grant is to provide funds for historians Joe Schmo and Joe Schmo to conduct research on the creation and evolution of the Texas Medical Center. The broad research project will conduct interviews of people connected with the history of the TMC and identify and collect documents regarding this history. Interview tapes and transcripts and related documents will be deposited in the Center for Public History's UH Houston History Archive at the University of Houston. The research for this project will involve several phases, including oral history interviews, research in primary source documents, library research, and secondary sources. MD Anderson Foundation Archives and the McGovern Historical Collections and Research Center of the Houston Academy of Medicine. That's that. Hello?
Well, it certainly seems to be A4, clearly, that.
Yeah, writing
support
books.
for the writing of books.
Yeah, oral history. Just out of curiosity, do y'all do IRB for oral history project?
That I would have to check.
It's a good question, though.
Well, it's a question that comes up. I mean, it sounds like some of the history projects that we've conducted on our campus, and
I can check that.
we've just debated just to see, do they require IRB or not?
You may possibly, because it's sample, they still have to go through the process.
They may be exempted.
They could be.
Just exempted from full board.
Right, they would still have to apply.
Right, okay.
But still involved.
So we'll take this one?
We'll take this one.
Okay. The next one, Bridges to the Future.
That in my head. Work for it.
Yeah, I think we were going to withdraw this one because I am not confident in the documentation that I can come up with enough to justify it. So that one I'm taking off. So 13677 we are withdrawing. 13687, Capacity Building Project and Study Demonstration Site Project for the Houston Independent School District. This is part of the Reading First initiative. It's just sort of a co-project that goes along with Reading First. What they're going to do is take the work that was done in Reading First, David Francis's projects, and apply it in the Houston Independent School District, do everything that they did there with the Reading First. So it's just sort of an offshoot of Reading First. They're going to provide technical assistance services through data collection, review, and reporting to the CBP and SDSP. The purpose of this contract is to provide professional development and technical assistance for the capacity building project and the study demonstration site within the Texas Reading First initiative for the campuses designated in the Houston Independent School District.
Is it developing a model? It's kind of like a mixed-purpose demonstration project?
Well, the model was developed in the Reading First. And so now what they're doing is taking the model that was developed in Reading First and helping to apply it in the school district so that they can study it, collect the data.
So that's more of a demonstration project then?
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes. But what they're doing is collecting the data and then revising, going back and renewing and reviewing and revising.
Okay, so you're going to
Like
say it's a demonstration project with a significant new R&D component.
Exactly.
Because you actually have funds to cover going back and redoing the...
Exactly. They're not just going to drop it in place and leave it there.
And collect data and not correct it.
Right.
Use the data to modify.
Exactly.
Based on the need.
Right. Our role, the UH's role, is to provide the technical services through data collection, review, and reporting. So, excuse me.
Other questions on that one? We'll take that one.
Okay. This enhanced development of the Office of Science. Enhanced development of the Office of Scientific Data Review and Dissemination. Task order.
You had several of those, is that correct?
Tons.
Yeah, what is that? I just,
Yeah, what is it?
I don't even know what that is.
Okay. That is a project that started in around 2004. And when the project first began, the goal, the primary objective was to have our researchers go and study the literature, the research, the data that was being generated on the effects of radiation on human beings in space, and look for holes or gaps in that literature or that research, and work with NASA Johnson Space Center to fill those gaps. Over the years, it has evolved into an active research project with the Johnson Space Center. So we still do that original piece, but we now have researchers working directly with the Johnson Space Center folks on microgravity and radiation effects on human beings in space.
So they review data to see where there are gaps.
Yes.
And then conduct research activities
to develop.
Yes.
To fill the missing.
Right. And you'll see all of these have different task numbers.
Right.
A task is generated each time they have a particular project they want worked on. And each project will have a set of goals, or each task will have a set of goals all to itself. So this particular task, the goals of the task are to stay within compliance of the safety, health, and environmental plan, to organize and coordinate ground-based and flight testing of human subjects and astronauts, to support the development of research and operational protocols, to characterize the response of the musculoskeletal, cardiovascular, and neuromuscular systems to prolonged space flights, and to develop countermeasures for the deleterious efforts of microgravity on these systems, to develop exercise protocols and prescriptions, to monitor tests involving human subjects.
How many of those are there?
It kind of doesn't match that CFDA. Does that really go with it?
Well, that was probably the original CFDA.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's been recognized that the title is a bit outdated.
Yeah, that knocks out several of them, I guess.
It knocks out, yes.
Or, I mean, it's similar scope of work on all of those?
Every one of them, yes. It involves, each task is one researcher.
Oh, I did see task number 7.
Yeah, you got up to like 15, right? 16, 15.
Okay.
There were several of them. Yeah.
We approve those as a block.
They're all the same, if you wish.
So we got about 6 of those?
All the enhanced
So
development.
are we good? We like those?
Yes.
Based on that one example, I would say yes.
They're all the same.
They're all the same?
Yes, they are. Well, the tasks are different.
No, but I mean,
But
they all
process and the
fit the
purpose.
general description of review to identify areas of need and
Yes.
then do the research to fill that need.
Yes.
And it's just they broke it up into several individual tasks.
Yes.
So
Then we'll take all 6 of those.
Okay. This next one is, and I apologize for the title, Master Research Services Agreement, 13698. This is under, we don't do classified research, but we do go up to the most confidential level, and this falls within that. So what I did was I got from our primary PI a statement that we can use, which shows us that this project is a key component of Shell's proprietary research on development of novel technology for in situ exploration of extra heavy oil and oil shale resources as sources of unconventional oil. UH was uniquely identified as a source of special geochemical capabilities and expertise to participate effectively in the project, with the constraint that the activities and findings of this project be treated as most confidential.
So you're doing research that has a non-disclosure agreement.
Exactly.
Right.
So
Will they own the results, or will they get to publish?
Probably not.
Probably not.
Or at best with
prior approval.
sponsor approval. Yeah. Until patents are extended. So the IP issues we don't have to debate.
But does that give you enough for...
The publication is usually deferred.
Is it testing by any chance? Is his piece testing of something for this company? Or is it more than just testing?
Yes?
Yes.
I think one of the important questions is, can you publish?
I'm sorry?
The biggest important question is can you publish? Most confidentiality restrictions, since you're citing that as part of why you can't give us the details, usually in part of confidentiality of also publication.
Yeah, but even if we have to get approval to publish,
And
we
even
still
if it's
can publish.
even if it's deferred until
Yes.
after
It
patents
still
are
would be
approved.
publishing, even if we have to get approval.
Okay.
It's the Master Research Services Agreement. Is that because it's like an umbrella agreement and there's multiple tasks under it?
No, it's because of the sensitive nature of the project. They just configured that title.
Well, they didn't even give it the title that really
so
belongs to it, because that would give away.
Right.
It's
I think we can take this one.
I don't think. I mean, the title is Molecular Design NSM.
No, that's who it's going to.
Yeah.
The Institute for Molecular Design.
Yeah, that's
the department.
That's the department.
And the title is Master Research Services Agreement, which is so I'm saying that's the title you use for all your anonymous or all your high level.
No.
That's what I'm wondering. No. Usually we'll put anonymous there if it's a highly confidential situation. What does Master Research Services Agreement mean at your institution?
Well, in this particular case, it's just indicating that there's a master with subtasks underneath it.
Okay, that's what I was.
Right.
That's what it is where we are
It's a
too.
research services agreement.
Oh, definitely. We can go into the objective is to carry out specialized research services in advanced petroleum geochemistry, organic microscopy, and related techniques as described in tasks.
It's fun.
In the specific
We'll take this one.
It's research.
Yeah.
Yeah. We don't have to tell us too much, man. Have to kill us.
Yeah, no, it's fun.
Okay.
Yeah, don't tell us too much. You'll have to kill us.
I know. I'll go back there and they'll eat me.
And we'll skip down to number 12.
Is that Cornell?
Cornell.
13706? Yeah, that's also
research. Chemical engineering.
13706. Inorganic hybrids are a new class of material that combines organic polymers and
I'm good with that.
Yeah. I mean, if Cornell's got their own money to give, wow, it's not flowing down federal money.
All right. 13707, ExxonMobil Research Agreement. During the past several years of cooperation between URC and the university, significant progress was made in the area of mathematical modeling of fluid flows in porous media.
Yeah.
These advances include approximation.
Research.
Yes on that one.
Okay. 13708, improving the characterization of pollution transported into Texas. Okay.
Research.
Hello. The purpose of this work is to improve the characterization of long-range transport, both continental and global scale.
I say yes.
Yeah, you're fine.
Precursors.
Yes on that one.
Okay. 12. Transformational paradigm for the engineering profession.
Department of Ed.
Yeah. Engineering curricula has progressively embraced science with a subsequent reduction in opportunities to learn the practice of engineering. Consequently, engineering technology programs emphasizing hands-on and technology applications in engineering have evolved to 4-year BS degrees. One strong motivation for the articles and for this proposal is that the decades-old but prevalent 4-year engineering degree plan is seen as perhaps inadequate in the 21st century to do justice to both theory and practice, to cope with the scientific and technological advances of the last 50 years, and to prepare students for the advances of the next 50 years, and to instill soft skills, environmental, global, and social awareness all in 4 years. This new model advocates that E and ET programs should share the effort and responsibility during the first 2 years of a student's path to entering the engineering profession. In such a model, all engineering profession-bound students would first complete 2 years of a common curriculum appropriate to the chosen engineering disciplines, such as civil engineering, civil, computer, electrical, or mechanical. Students would take engineering courses with heavy lab exposure each semester. Typical of ET curricula, they would also complete rigorous math and science components.
So it's a new model.
Yes.
So then it's D2. So we just need to confirm the dissemination, publication, data collection part of it.
Part of the objective is the maintenance and staffing of laboratories, capstone experience in undergraduate and graduate research programs. The project requests funds to convene a panel of experts from academia, industry, professional organizations, and accreditation commissions to review the merits of the proposed educational paradigm shift and to produce and disseminate a formal report.
I didn't hear much about how the program was going to be assessed.
Yeah. Let's see. First,
I was thinking about it was training in research to bridge the gap of what they're not learning in the 4-year curriculum.
Right.
But then, when you mentioned the curriculum,
they're sort of saying that engineering has moved so quickly that the training of our engineering students has been left behind. So they want to create a model that brings the educational portion of engineering education up into the 21st century, because the curriculum has been sort of...
Well, it used to be co-ops, right? I mean, engineering students used to do curriculum, and then they would go do co-ops for a while.
Come back in, work.
And so I was thinking that this was supplementing or replacing the co-op opportunities, so that the engineering students had actual opportunity
for hands-on
to conduct engineering practices.
Right, within the curriculum instead of the co-op.
And then they were developing these new opportunities for them to do this, but I'm not hearing how they're going to do the assessment aspects and how.
Under goals and objectives, the first goal of this Year 1 effort is to produce and widely disseminate a formal comprehensive report that addresses the 2 issues presented in the previous section and recommends solutions. The second goal is to produce sufficient impact during the year and immediately after, so that 1 or more institutions will conduct a 2-year pilot study of the proposed educational paradigm. So they're going to do a study and a report recommending a solution. Then they're going to look for how many schools?
See, that's where I thought the assessment part was, because then they're again going to release this to the other schools.
Right.
We're going to implement.
And then, and it sounds like that's where the feedback or assessment would come.
Right. They're going to produce this formal report that addresses this issue and recommend solutions to a new curriculum. Then they're going to look for at least 1 or more institutions that will conduct a 2-year pilot study with this new model.
So get it out there.
That's Year 1 and Year 2.
Right.
So then I guess they'd be looking for additional funding beyond that.
So Year 1, Year 2 is development.
Right.
Subsequent years would be refinement based on...
Right. Year 1 is analysis.
Evaluation or assessment.
Right. Data collection, analysis, report, creating the model, implementing a 2-year pilot.
Let's see. Let's go back to the definition when we're confused.
Okay.
Curriculum development projects may be considered as R&D when the primary purpose of the project is developing and testing an instructional or educational model through appropriate research methodologies, data collection, evaluation, dissemination, and
we
publication.
clearly have the development part.
Mm-hmm.
We have a plan for future, it sounds like, evaluation.
Well, if it's...
Work with the pilot institutions to put in place, this is for Year 3, work with the pilot institutions to put in place an 18 to 24-month pilot program, including assessment of the impact of the new educational paradigm on engineering and engineering technology student learning, enrollment issues, enrollment-related statistics, career placement, industry support. Results will be widely disseminated.
I'm okay with that. With that additional information you just provided.
I agree. Yes.
Okay.
So yes on that one.
All right. Enhance 13714 is already okay. 13717, the Texas Tobacco Surveillance and Evaluation Program. On that, the University of Houston will conduct 4 surveys and/or surveillance activities in the Texas Tobacco Initiative pilot area. Provide 3 reports reflecting analyses of required data collected and recommendations based on the data analysis.
You guys have a similar program. We have a similar.
Yeah. These are pretty widespread. So that's good?
Yeah.
Okay. The operating room. This one is cool. 13722 is already approved. Improving patient flow through operating rooms at the VA hospital. The goal here is to improve efficiency of the OR by identifying opportunities for improving patient flow through the OR and improving the quality of patient care. Comparative studies of VAMC's operating room performance with other hospitals and developing quantifiable performance improvement goals and map OR patient flows with respect to waiting times, routing, and service times. Second goal is to develop long and short-term range forecasting model to estimate. Okay.
I didn't think it would be part of
telling.
I'm sorry?
The CFDA is not very supportive.
Is that right?
What is it about, sir?
It hadn't used the word research yet in it. And then what you're describing, though, I agree, is more research related.
Typically, it comes out of industrial engineering, but that's the technology department, it looks like. But from what you were describing, it sounded like a research project to me.
Okay. Yeah. Historical data analysis and refinement of dissolved oxygen modeling of Dickinson Bayou. This work plan describes a portion of the...
Are you on the same one, or
on the same one, or are you moving on?
We're moving on. Were we done with that one? Okay. I'm sorry, were we done
for the rest of the group, yeah.
I'm sorry.
Well, I think we just have to agree there's a disconnect with
between the CFDA.
Right, so yes, and we'll move on to the other one because what you were describing
sounded like research.
Not applicable. Okay, because there is more if you need more of a description on that operating room one. Okay, Dickinson Bayou. This work plan describes a portion of the total maximum daily load research support project to be undertaken by the University of Houston as part of the reference contract between the TCEQ and UH. This work plan specifically addresses the historical data review and analysis of flow and water quality in Dickinson Bayou and the refinement and recalibration of existing watershed and receiving water body hydrodynamic and water quality models.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
Okay.
Yes on that one?
Yeah. It's a lot of assessments.
Okay. Now this next one, short-term training. There's, I think, 3. 13744, 49, and 57. This is short-term training in health professional schools. This is through our optometry folks. The main goals of the short-term training program are to inspire commitment to research careers in basic or clinical vision science among optometry students, including women and underrepresented minorities, and to foster a better understanding in the students of the importance of research.
I say yes. It looks like
research training.
Research training. Yeah.
Okay. 13753 we already did. 13758. Laser texture measurement devices. This is an ongoing one that we've looked at before. The University of Houston will provide maintenance and calibration support for all TxDOT texture lasers. These texture lasers are being used for implementation of the texture to estimate SKID for pavement management information system data collection efforts. The University of Houston will answer questions and concerns about laser texture laser accuracy, repeatability, and reproducibility. The University of Houston will assist in the integration of these lasers in inertia profiling applications. They will assist in the analysis of the texture data and deliver any source code or algorithms developed. They will assist in the mechanical implementation.
We're good on that one?
I say yes.
Okay, let's go next one.
62 is already approved. 65 is, again, Texas Reading First, which we've already reviewed. If that's okay with everybody. Then we have, Advanced Thermal Action Coating Systems. This is, again, a most sensitive project. The statement of work defines the effort required for the design, development, testing, and production of the tax. It is basically what it is it's
we'll go yes.
Yeah, we'll
research. Okay. Thank you.
Hold on,
Battelle.
13767. 13771, I am withdrawing.
E16, yes.
Yeah, we have it.
Which one did you just improve? There were a couple in the group, and I didn't because they weren't together in short term.
Okay, 13744, 13749.
They were together.
Yeah. 13757. Those are all the same.
Oh, okay. And then after that, you approved 753.
753 is part of the enhanced development of the scientific.
Is there a partner on with that, or that's by itself?
Well, that's part of the ones that we did.
One of the tasks.
13762 goes with 13762 goes with that as well.
Sorry, that's what.
No, that's okay.
And then you approved
13767 is approved. Sorry. 13765 and 67 are okay.
And the last one, I think we can talk about the last
take that one. Yeah.
13771 is withdrawn. And the last one is 13774, and that's wireless transponder system.
And that's a good one. We'll take that one.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
This is John from UT Tyler. Can we take care of our one that's on the list real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, I talked to you about it yesterday, Dell. It's 11644, and this is nice and quick. We're withdrawing it.
There you go. Thank you.
Too bad for mine.
And there you go.
He's done.
Sorry.
No, but I also told him that we needed him in the review, too.
Right.
Well, they should.
So you put him off till close to the end.
Hey, Dale, UT San Antonio's ready to go if you're all ready.
Okay, let me see here.
Why they withdrew that one?
Let me see who I got left.
No, because some of them.
Yeah.
Let me take care of... Let's see.
Texas Pattern is already here, too.
We're going to look at Tarleton real quick. Okay?
Sure.
Oh, 7,600. It's not too far there.
Okay.
Okay, if you pull up that CFDA, it's going to have a history of the entire program, United States Department of Agriculture Risk Management Agency, since 1938, when the Crop Insurance Act was passed. But briefly, what we're doing is stuff that's never been done before. We're bringing the Risk Management Agency database together with the Farm Service Agency database so that it will be possible to better assess risk. This year we rolled out 2 brand new insurance programs with new actuary using this system that we've developed here. It's the ACRE program. It's acre reduction revenue assurance program, and the SURE program is the income assurance program for farmers in FSA, and then that's combined with the crop insurance program. And so what we've done is basically combine FSA data on 2 million farmers with RMA data on 2 million farmers with a GIS system, and then a front end that serves up the actuaries so that the 16,000 insurance agents in the field can pull up the actuary table for that field and write the appropriate insurance. It's not been done before.
We usually accept this crop insurance
2 or 3 times before.
Okay. Any problems with that? Any questions on that one? Okay, we'll take that one. Okay, so we've got Arlington out there. Is Arlington ready?
Hey, Arlington.
Arlington?
Yeah, I'm Arlington.
Who was San Antonio? Okay, yeah. Let's take San Antonio.
Okay, ready to go.
Okay.
Okay, the first one we're talking about is a proposal submitted to HUD by the Institute of Demographic and Socioeconomic Research. It's basically doing a housing discrimination study, and there is a research problem that 50 that's conducted, but none have been conducted on certain groups to include, for instance, lesbians, gays, and bisexual and transgendered individuals. They're going to do a systematic research about housing discrimination on these individuals. And that would contribute to the knowledge about the extent of such discrimination and could contribute to informed decision making about policy and legal issues.
Take that one.
Sure.
Yeah. Let's move to the second one.
Okay, second one. Okay, let me pull that one real quick. Okay, I wanted to submit it to Kellogg, and hold on just a second.
Can you give us a better title on that one?
No, that's the project name.
Okay.
So what it is it's still building on and developing the capacity for sustainability of community-based racial healing and racial equity efforts. And this will be located in urban West San Antonio, Bexar County, and South Central Texas. This will have an IRB on it. So the focus of the project is promoting family, school, community, racial healing through dialogue with Hispanic and African American parents of school-aged children living in SAISD district. Through racial healing and reconciliation, we can move forward from past, bring about racial healing for those who have not been structurally or institutionally oppressed. Just trying to give you a better idea. I just don't have a whole lot on this one. The budget has a PI and two co-PIs, of course, and it's got a few graduate students, research graduate students on it as well. The model proposes that the work starts in the community and extends to the schools. The most important partners in this project are the family members, what they call promotores, working with school-aged children that will promote monthly community meetings and create a model for education and racial healing dialogues. This one's kind of on the edge, in my opinion. And it talks a little bit about the population we're serving, but that's basically Bexar County.
Is there any...
I don't know about this one, guys.
It's a model, but is it being evaluated?
Are they evaluating or assessing it anyway?
Let's see here. I don't really see anything about evaluation.
It's everything.
but it's got to be part of the project. I just don't see it written up in this proposal.
I thought Penny meant that it wasn't had well,
maybe that is. That is a note there.
I hate to, but I think
It's hard to hear you guys.
no.
I'm getting a lot of no's on
Okay.
this one. I don't think we've got consensus support for it.
Okay.
So we'll go no on that one. Let's go to the next one.
Alrighty. The next one is the Health Disparities Core, and that's funded through the San Antonio Life Sciences Institute. It includes the Health Science Center, UT Health Science Center San Antonio, and the goals are to increase health disparities research capacity through collaborative research projects between UTSA and UT Health Science Center San Antonio, to develop new relationships among and between researchers and community representatives.
Yes.
To identify.
All right, now we'll go to the next one.
Okay. Next.
That's an NIH grant to get a new startup.
Stem cell biology.
Right. Yeah. Well, that is a.
We'll take that one.
Are we good on that, or?
Yeah. Let's go to the next one.
Okay. You guys are moving pretty fast on me. Okay. The next one is 11963.
Is that an ARP?
No, it's the San Antonio Life Sciences Institute that the Health Science Center and UTSA are working several collaborative projects.
It's a research
developing new tolerance.
Okay, we'll take that one.
Okay, and let's see. Let's see.
Show us the note on that one.
Well, I think that one has okay, that 11972 was not funded. Okay. 973, same thing. 980, same thing. 984, same. 992, same, not funded. 993, not funded. 994, not funded. So we're down to the next Southie, the decoding variable gene expression of CCRS5. That one's also a Southie collaboration with the Health Science Center.
What's the title on that one again?
It's decoding variable gene expression of CCR5 and HIV co-receptor using genetic proteomic approaches.
Yeah,
and again, this is working with the Health Science Center, the Department of Medicine.
Where's that funding, Dale?
That's an ARP though, isn't it?
Up there 8?
Yeah. Several of those have said they were high.
No, this is not an ARP. This is the Southie, the San Antonio Life Sciences Institute, again with the UT Health Science Center.
Okay.
Here in San Antonio.
Why does it show the funding source there?
That's from the state, but it's not ARP.
Well, what program?
Appropriated?
Higher Education Coordinating Board funds that sort of research.
That's funded by the state of Texas. It's basically providing funding for the UTSA to do a lot of collaborative research with the UT Health Science Center here in San Antonio.
I'm basically asking Dale that question as to what program in the coordinating board funds that kind of work.
We'll take this one. We'll say yes to it, but we're going to check this one out.
There was a previous one that was also
there was that was the coordinating board.
Back up a little bit, Elizabeth.
See, right there.
That one.
Yeah, there wasn't just one or two.
I believe that's all I got, folks.
He just told us to X off a bunch of them. We've X'd off.
Yeah, but we
There's some that we did X off.
We've X'd off that one. We've X'd off that one. That one.
11963 was yes, and that's a THECB label.
Go back.
So you have to go back up.
You have to go back up further.
So what program is that one?
Can you refresh? Can you refresh now? Have you got all those marked, Ron?
I have marked the ones which are non-funded, but 11963 was marked yes.
Recruitment. Change pages to
And 72 is not funded.
No. Go to 7. What's 7?
Oh, it's 119.
Pull up 7. 7's no.
They were not funded.
Not funded. So that'll be no. 9.
94, 92, 93, 94 were all not funded.
Okay, those were.
But there was one at the very beginning that was.
It's been an endurance day. It's been an endurance day.
I know. It's like a marathon.
I can remember times when marathon.
What was this one? This one was yes, right?
What are we doing?
I don't think we talked about that.
We haven't talked about that one? Okay, we were on this one last, right?
Yeah, but what happened to 13?
Most of the people that are on the regional committee are here, and we live off. So it's not necessarily bad. It's just.
I don't know. I missed 10.
Well, this 010 we didn't talk about.
We haven't talked about this one yet. We're on this one.
Right.
Oh, but
Okay.
we have to go back.
All these are marked no now. No.
But go back up to number 6.
This guy on the other end, I'd be going, no!
No? What's number 5? Go. What's it? Okay, but what is that? See, you've got the coordinating board again, and there's a program, yeah.
Had some consistent items.
Wouldn't we know?
That's what our titles do.
Hey, Ronald, put a note on that to check it versus the ARP titles, and just to see, just to cross-check.
Well, or what program?
No, you're saying this is a SALSI grant?
Which one?
On 11963.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know. The coordinating board thing is an error.
Okay.
That's not from the coordinating board.
Okay, roll us back down there to the one we were just looking at. On this number 14, we're gonna.
Well, I want to know, what is the funding source on that, Noy? Number
What is that one?
12015.
You're saying it's the same thing, right, Salsi?
Which one are you talking about?
12015.
That's also Southie.
Okay, so
yeah, that's an error. Also, coordinating board.
So you guys put that in a note here on 12015. Put that the real funding source is Salsi and to cross-check it versus the ARP titles.
But we also could it still not be, or could it still be state appropriate money? If it comes
Well, that's what we're checking. That's what we're checking.
That's
Yeah, we need to go to the one above it.
So let's go to 12010. Can you speak to that one? Noe, are you still there?
Okay, that's the one that was submitted by Dr. Mosley to the National Science Foundation, and these are the research questions that this project's addressing, and this is in the proposal. Some are real research questions, and some may not be so. So some of the questions are, how many teachers, students, and schools in South Central Texas are being reached by current educational efforts? What geographic areas are underserved? A specific topics within water education underserved? Why do teachers choose to use or not to use educational curricula or other resources from outside institutions or agencies? In what ways are these educational materials currently used in classrooms? How might the curricula or materials be revised to better fit the needs of teachers and students? Is there alignment of curricula from informal education agencies and the Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills? What mechanisms of communication foster open and ongoing collaboration across groups, field scientists, formal and informal educators, and teachers? Data will be collected from teachers and informal educators through survey instruments, so obviously there will be an IRB on this. Interviews, focus groups, and content analysis of the curriculum. There is a dissemination plan that this will be disseminated through the Geosciences Education State Conference, as well as another conference, Water a Living Lesson Regional Conference.
Let's go yes on this one.
And there's also an evaluation plan.
Again, what is the TCHP funding?
Is that last one a SALSI?
Is this a SALSI?
The one I just discussed is to the National Science Foundation.
No, the next one.
No, 21.
21.
12021.
No, that's not funded.
That's not funded. Okay, we'll just
Withdraw?
Yes. You want me to go over the withdrawals again?
No.
No. I think we got them all, Molly.
Who's left? Who's left standing? Really? Who's left standing?
Do we have anyone on the phone still?
Yes, this is Texas Southern University.
Yes.
Can I go ahead?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Lord have mercy. Who is it? I'm sorry.
Yes,
TSU.
the grant in question is CFDA number 20.701 from the University Transportation Center Programs is the title of the CFDA. The purpose of this award is to provide grants to non-profit institutions of higher learning for the purpose of establishing and operating university transportation centers that conduct research. And then the scope of work under the program itself, they're going to conduct post-test and pre-test for focus group members for public transportation purposes here in Houston. And so the project itself is research in that it actually is conducting research experiments with focus group in Houston. They're going to be developing some kind of instruments to interview people and to collect all those instruments back and tabulate them in a form. And then but I would think the CFD number itself will be a good indication that this is actually a research project. What do you think?
Okay, well, it's coming from the right kind of place.
It sounds like it's answering some research questions.
I think we can say yes to that one.
I think back to the issue she raised earlier about surveys. I think we need to have a longer discussion about that because like we have a
I could barely hear her.
I think it's because it's towards the end of the day.
Yeah.
And
we're okay.
Everyone's speaking a little softer.
Okay.
Some of them are actually standing up and walking out of the room now. So.
Yeah.
If I get anyone left on the phone, Michelle, are you out there?
Yeah, UT Arlington, I guess, huh?
UT Dallas.
UT Dallas.
Dallas, ooh.
Okay.
Okay, are you saying yes to me to CSU?
We're saying yes to that one from Texas.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
UT's got a lot of research for it. A lot of gifts. Yeah. Texas.
So, do we have Arlington?
I just go right back to my hotel.
Is Arlington on the phone, though?
Down the road.
Michelle?
Yeah, I'm here.
You're still there?
Yeah.
Okay. So, we've got Arlington and Dallas left to do. I promised everyone that we would stop at 4 o'clock. We've got about 15 minutes.
Go, keep going.
We want to keep going?
Yeah, well, I think we can maybe deal with some of these gift ones. We might be able to.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. This is Michelle at UT Dallas. I'm pretty sure I can knock mine out in 15 or less.
Okay.
So I pulled up the website and I'm looking at it from the website view. I'm going to go in that order. So 14606, which is a gift, Nancy Hammond. The gift letter says, Fund for Curatorial Research for the benefit of the Schools of Arts and Humanities.
That sounds good.
Hello?
Specific to me, sounds restricted to me to research.
Okay, yeah, it's a curatorial research fund.
So take that one.
The next one is 14625. It's also a gift, Center for Brain Health. It establishes the Director's Fund for Research Excellence at $2 million and some change, a graduate fellowship for $100,000, a distinguished chair for $2 million, and a School of Management professorship for $116,000.
We might have to look at all those separately based on what we did earlier.
So I'm not.
I don't know what to do.
Director's Fund for Research Excellence is cash designated to support research in the Center of Brain Health and School of Behavioral and Brain Sciences. Graduate Fellowship of $100,000 is cash designated to the Eric Johnson School of Engineering and Computer Sciences. Distinguished Chair is $2,000 in cash designated to the Center for Brain Health to support research via the endowed chair held by the Chief Director as specified in the corresponding grant agreement which governs this gift. Trip matching funds associated with this gift are required to be designated to the endowed chair.
Is that a trip?
Schools Management Professorship, cash is designated to the Schools Management to support research via professorship.
Michelle, is that a trip match?
Yes.
Okay. How many of these are trip matches?
Honestly, I don't know which ones unless they specifically say. This next one is not. It does not specifically say trip.
Okay, so we'll take number 2, or the brain health was a trip?
Trip?
Okay, we'll take that one.
All right, number 3 is number 14635, Lockheed Martin. This is for Dr. Cho for support of the multi-scale simulations of interface adhesion and polymer nanocomposites, transport properties of carbon-based electric systems.
We'll take that one.
I don't know the next word. University grant agreement titled Multi-Scale Simulations of Interface Adhesion and Polymer Nanocomposites for Transportation Properties of Carbon-Based Electric Systems. So, I feel that's a restricted gift.
Digital calculus coach.
Yes, that would be Monica Evans. This is money provided under the Transforming Undergraduate Education Program. And in particular, this is a proposal to create one or more prototype learning modules for the digital calculus course to test this model with students currently enrolled in introductory calculus courses and to assess and evaluate the model as it applies to students' successful completion of the course and ultimate understanding of introductory calculus concepts.
That comes through UT system?
Publishing and education model.
Is it passed through from somewhere?
What's ultimately the funding source for that? Do you know?
Texas is UT system.
Right.
And it is Transforming Undergraduate Education Program.
Where did they get their money?
Right. Where's the money come from?
Where's their money come from?
Honestly, I don't know. It's from UT system. UT system.
Check on. Can you reach?
I think we have to table.
That's all I have is information.
Can we check that one further somewhere?
It's not designated. It comes to us as research. I don't know. It's a program. They apply for it. It's a grant.
I mean, we get money from the...
Right.
It's not. I mean, that's internal.
Yeah, maybe look at that as internal.
It seems like internal funding.
Right.
I'm not aware of it being internal funding.
Well, it's internal to the UT system.
And you're part of the...
Okay, flag it. I'll look at it.
Is it, you can't tell if it's passed through from some other agency?
I'm not aware of it being passed through at this time. I'll flag it and I'll look at it.
Leave that as questionable.
We start counting.
Well, there's one.
We may have some more awards to report. Yes, we want to go back to the table.
Shall I go on?
All right, to 14673.
673 and 674 are basically the same amendments. They're broken up based on different indirect cost rates, so they show up as two hits. But basically, this is an Amendment 5 with additional funding, so it is new money. It has not been counted before, but it has been a project that has been ongoing for several years, although the dates show reflective of the current amendment. We talked about this last year. This is Dr. Harris, and this is a very large data system that he's generated. His algorithm supports multiple graduate students. He publishes on it, but it's been a very ongoing project that's been accepted several years in a row here.
Okay,
Could we get a better title for it, though?
I'm sorry, I just uploaded the spreadsheet. That's the title we have in the system, and of course it's referencing back a record number that has an appropriate title.
We'll take that one if we've approved it.
The title
it's been on
Request Forum System.
It's been on the list over 250,000 right? Or over 250,000, right?
In prior years, yes. So it's been on the over
We've reviewed it like this before, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll take those two.
Yes, it's the quality excellence for suppliers. It's the same sponsor. You'll always see it on the list.
Okay.
The next one, Dr. Hilborn is withdrawn. So that's 14682.
Okay, take that one.
The next one is a gift from the O'Donnell Foundation of $1 million to UTD to establish an endowment, the income of which is used to retain outstanding faculty engaged in research for UT Dallas's ATEC program. Yeah. Again, another trip, says in the letter.
Okay, that was trip. We'll take that one.
Okay. Russell Cleveland, $100,000 to establish the endowed professorship in the arts and humanities, supporting research and scholarly activities. Again, another trip.
That one's a trip. Okay, we'll take that one.
14747, Dr. Mueller, BBS, $100,000 for an endowed professorship in the School of Behavioral Brain Sciences for supporting research and scholarly activities. Also a trip.
Trip. We'll take that one.
Excuse me, which one are you on right now?
4761. Sorry about the title on an interagency cooperation agreement. That's the default from the system. This is paid for as part of the Texas Schools Project underneath the ERC, which is the Education Resource Center we have on campus. This is a project to provide postdoctoral researcher, or providing support for postdoctoral researcher to develop, test, and implement core programs to compute student, campus, school district value-added measures of student performance for the study. They will do analysis, development, testing of the methodology of students' performance measures, including statistical analysis of the foregoing methodology and results produced by the methodology and analysis. Both parties understand and agree any performance measures produced depend upon the data is available. There's publication paragraph. They have multiples of these projects.
Which number are we looking at?
Is there anything further I need to provide?
Is that 761 we're talking about?
Yeah. That was 761?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, it's done under an IAC because it's funded through the Texas Comptroller.
Well, again,
even though it's a research agreement.
That state money, does that count?
I'm sorry?
I'm confused over what state
money. If it's
okay.
If it's a grant or contract,
just can't be
another state agency. Or not state.
Okay, let's take that one.
Am I moving on?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The next one is 14762, also done under an ICC agreement because it's with the Texas Education Agency. Again, it's an ERC agreements are for the ERC, which is the Education Resource Center. Project description to determine and compare the gains in student achievement at all subject levels and at all grade levels for comparable students. Taught by teachers trained through TFA versus other teacher preparation programs. Determine and compare the cost effectiveness of state investments in teacher preparation programs, including evaluation of the amount of state funding provided per teacher training and student achievement gains. Determine and compare retention rates of teachers in high poverty Texas public schools. And compare the degree to which teachers are closing the achievement gaps in low-income students in Texas.
Okay.
Deliverables, project plan, report addressing the requirements just noted above, and technical guidance will be available. Thank you. The next one is for Dr. Aldo, 14767. Saudi Aramco, SRA stands for Sponsored Research Agreement. Aramco is the name of the company. This is a geological services agreement where they went over to Saudi Arabia, and did a lot of underground analysis to look for oil pockets, basically. And provided not only reports to the company, but also collected a large set of data that they were coming back here to further analyze for graduate student projects.
Okay.
Okay, next one.
Okay. The next one, 14786, for Dr. Percule. Charleston is a gift, $200,000 to be used for the support of research activities for 4 endowed distinguished professorships during the time of the pledge. And I do not know if that one was submitted for TRIP or not. It does not say. Since it came on September 1, my guess is it was. So I would call that one a TRIP.
But you don't know.
No, but it was given to us on September 1st.
Can you check?
Well, pretty much all the TRIP funds were given to us on September 1st.
Right, but something else could have been, too.
My guess is this was submitted to TRIP. I'm happy to go find answers or whatnot, but my guess is this is TRIP.
It's also the case that everything that's submitted to TRIP is not accepted by TRIP.
Contracts go for us.
What would you like me to do?
Let's leave that one as questionable. Y'all remember the note to put on the questionable chairs?
Well, I think one of the overriding is that the donation or the gift doesn't.
The next one is for Dr. Savoy, 14801, Transforming Undergraduate Education. Again, this is the UT system. So it's going to be the same source as the other one that you also asked to set off to the side as internal, potentially. So I guess I will look at that one.
Okay, we'll wait on that one. Next, let's go to 17.
The next one is the Dallas Foundation, another gift to study EFS children as they progress through the Dallas Independent School District. That's what the letter reads.
Say that again, please.
Enclosed, please find a check to reflect payment of this grant, which is designated toward the tracking study of EFS children as they progress through the Dallas Independent School District. There's no definition of what EFS means. It's support from the Munson and Mona Campbell Munson Fund of the Dallas Foundation.
And this one's probably a trip, right?
Honestly, I can't tell you. They came in prior to September, so I don't think so.
Okay.
It says September 1.
Yeah, this is August 21, 2009. So that's when the date of the letter was. So it's prior to TRIP.
I just think we don't have enough information on that one to make a decision. I mean, if there's no more information, I can't say yes.
No, that is all. It's literally a one-page letter.
Okay.
Let's call that one no.
No.
Okay. I just submit the list that development gives me. Okay. Dr. Seibert, 14810, withdraw. 14814 for Dr. Spong, that's from Texas Instruments. 1.1 million, support of research activities at UT Dallas and the Johnson School of Engineering and Computer Sciences.
$450,000 goes to the Texas Analog Center for Excellence, which is a research center in the Johnson School under the direction of Dr. O. $200,000 for a distinguished chair in that center. $100,000 for the TI Diversity Graduate Fellowship Endowment. $50,000 for underrepresented analog graduate student outreach. $200,000 for silicon nanowire sensor research under Dr. Vogel. $75,000 for biomedical electronics research projects under Dr. Grenade. $50,000 for algorithm development through Signal and Imaging Processing Lab under Dr. Catanavas.
All right, Michelle, we'll take that one. Go to the next
The
one.
only question I have is there was some graduate fellowships in there.
Were they in the institute when they're a research institute?
TI Diversity Graduate Fellowship Endowment.
No.
They were bundled together with other things?
They were. They're all bundled in this big $1 million.
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Sounds like it's a gift from one source for multiple purposes.
Correct.
Of
which more than 50% would be considered research if you want to exclude the $100,000 of the $1.1 million for graduate fellowship endowment.
How much was the chair?
What did it say about the chair again?
$200,000 for the distinguished chair.
Which was all it says for the distinguished chair?
Yes, of the TexAce Center. I defined earlier as $450,000 supporting the Analog Design Research Center, which is called TexAce.
It seems like that one is still subject to the same kind of review that the others were. What does that mean to be? So if we either
put it on
postpone
hold.
them all and look at them as a bundle, or start to break them out and take them each one separately.
We can do that.
I'm sorry, but I don't understand how any of this wouldn't be considered research. I honestly don't, because the graduate fellowship is a stipend supporting a graduate student who's doing research.
Want to withdraw it?
Okay, you want to withdraw?
I think she got her word.
No, I'm not asking to withdraw. I'm saying I don't understand how it wouldn't be considered research.
Would not be. Okay.
How it would be.
Yeah.
Let's put that same note on this one that we did on the TTU. Leave it as questionable and put that note. And then we'll go to the next one.
Okay. Dr. Spong again, from an anonymous donor, $1 million for the designated exclusively for the advancement of research activities and programs within the University Johnson School of Engineering and Computer Sciences. This may include the creation of endowed chairs, professorships,
we'll take
to retain outstanding scholars, to create graduate fellowships, to increase the number of graduates.
We'll take that one, Michelle. Go to the next one.
All right. Agilent Technologies is a gift, and the gift is mechanical properties of the nanoscale at elevated temperatures, and includes a large piece of equipment as well as a warranty associated with maintaining that equipment.
Okay, we'll go to the next one. We'll take that one.
All right. The Philip Johnson Foundation, $100,000 is for a graduate fellowship in bioengineering endowment agreement.
We'll take that.
Shall be a permanent endowment and shall be used for the benefit of the Eric Johnson School of Engineering and Computer Sciences. Funds distributed from the endowment should be used to provide fellowships for graduate bioengineering students.
Is that enough?
Same issue.
That's enough.
Same issue. I don't know how it's different.
Is that one a yes or a no?
Read that one again.
The Graduate Fellowship Engineering, Philip Johnson Foundation.
Okay.
They are pledging $500,000 overall, but they've only given $100,000 so far, so we can only claim that. For the Johnson Family Graduate Fellowship in Bioengineering shall be a permanent endowment and shall be used for the benefit of the Eric Johnson School of Engineering and Computer Science. Funds distributed from the endowment shall be used to provide fellowships for graduate student bioengineering students.
Okay, so it's not research.
It's not saying that explicitly.
It does not say explicitly for research. No one can. So I think it goes in that same question.
So put the same note on that one.
or research.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
Same kind
Okay.
of
Moving on, yes?
Okay, so we're a little bit after 4 right now. I said I was going to cut us off at 4. Is everyone ready to cut off?
I can stay about 5 more minutes.
Let's finish this
All right, we're
We get through this one.
This is 7 minutes.
3 or 4. There's 3 or 4 more. So
3 or 4.
Am I continuing or no?
Keep going, Michelle.
Okay, number 23, 14853, you're going to have to mark as TRIP, and because I don't have anything to support that.
Okay, that's TRIP.
But I know it's TRIP. Number 24 is another gift, number 14854 from the Everett and Wilhelmina Ackerman Foundation. The letter says, encloses check, $200,000 as a contribution to the university for the purpose of supporting research on the Holocaust.
Yep.
Okay, we take that one.
Okay. Number 25, BAE Systems, and number 26, BAE Systems. Again, another one where it's split across the same award. It's split across 2 different hits on there. This is a system or an ongoing grant. We had it under Dr. Lenahan prior, and now it's under Dr. Zilke, but it's now under a new award coming through BAE. It is the development of a virtual reality system that is for training purposes. That's its general application. In this particular situation, they're training military individuals to recognize cultural similarities and whatnot, and so that they can better understand the cultures of the different areas that they're going into in a military capacity, basically friend or foe. It's a huge virtual system. They've been working on it for years, and that's the particular application under this program.
Okay, we'll take those last 2.
Wait. I bet is that training? Or
That's 25 and 26.
Is that training or is that research?
No, first-person cultural trainer is the name of the program. So it's the name of the actual software.
Oh, you developed a virtual reality.
Yes, it's a virtual reality software package that they're developing. They're actually doing one in conjunction with Arlington as well. Somebody was talking about it earlier with the nurse training, doing the virtual patient concept. This is an application in a military direction, basically.
So is it demonstration with a substantial development piece?
It's a I'm sorry, I'm not. It's really trouble hearing you guys.
I give you permission to pull the mic a little bit.
Okay. Is it a demonstration project of something that already existed, but it has a new development?
No. It's continual development. They are building the system and refining the system and continuing to add new modules and new understanding for it to learn the different cultures. In this particular situation, they're defining the system and refining the system and adding on more and more modules as they get more and more funding to make it more culturally adaptable, basically.
What data are they collecting?
Which data are they collecting?
Towards the assessment.
They're generating. It's a computer piece of software. It's an algorithm system.
So they're not collecting data on its use?
No, but they would publish the system. They would publish the software and show that it works. They're not going to use it. In this case, the military is going to use it. In the case with Arlington, where we have a very similar project, the nurses are going to use it, and then they're going to evaluate it that way. They're not at that point in the program yet. They're still developing the system. Software.
It's just still development.
Correct.
Developing the training material.
Virtual training environment.
Huh?
Well,
the software ends up being a virtual training environment to allow a military individual to sit there and learn the various aspects of a person in the culture. It's interactive. It's like a game, basically.
And that's what you're developing here.
Yes.
But I'm not seeing any systematic assessment or
Now, what's the research question?
What's the research piece of it?
We have the tool. We understand the
Developing
tool.
a program that
Virtual
can
reality
teach people things is research in terms of software development. I'm looking through the SOW.
Research is software development.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to look through the whole summary here. It's a very lengthy contract with BAE.
Might be considered prototype.
Not sure why I can't find it. Here, Spiral 2 development of the first-person cultural trainer includes field review and model validation, planning for integration into the hybrid IED network trainer confederates, analysis of ways to direct development in a non-platform specific manner for potential migration to the other government-approved platforms. Spiral 2 tasks will also include enhancements to key Spiral 1 features to include project content development, user interface, integration with HSCB architecture, gameplay, prologue development, and new asset development, ongoing support of interim project reviews and field reviews.
There were some words in there that sounded like there had to be some kind of evaluation.
Sounds like it's software development. Software.
Kind of a different animal.
So there's some question.
But that's what computer scientists do.
There's just got to be. I
can't make it fit.
They do software development.
Do you mind reading that one more time? What you just read?
I'll flip
slowly.
Hang on. Spiral 2 development of the first-person cultural trainer includes field review and model validation, planning for integration with other hybrid IED network trainer and confederates, analysis of ways to direct development in a non-platform specific manner for potential migration to other government-approved platforms. The Spiral 2 tasks will also include enhancements to key Spiral 1 features to include project content development, user interface, integration with HSCB architecture, gameplay, prologue development, and new asset development, ongoing support of interim project reviews and field reviews.
Where is the professor's home department, Dr. Is that Zelke?
Yeah, Dr. Zelke. She's in Arts and Humanities. It's a program called ATEX.
Did you say humanities?
What department is she in?
They don't have individual departments. It's not large enough. It's the School of Arts and Humanities. They have this area called ATEX, though, which is what she's part of, and it's Advanced Technologies for Educational something. I can't remember what it stands for. But their sole existence and their sole understanding over there is about creating these virtual reality environments for training purposes. And this is what they do. This is what they publish on. They're very well known in their area.
Are they writing code?
I don't know. I think they do more graphics than they do code.
Do you have the budget there?
I do.
Sort of read some of the items on the budget.
The budget for Amendment 5 is supporting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 20, 21, 22, 23 people, 2 of which are the faculty, 1 is a senior consultant, and 12 of them are graduate students, or however, whatever the difference is.
Bye there. See you later.
They just had an assessment piece that was clearly articulated.
I can provide you publications of this if you want them.
All right. See you next week on the phone.
I have no problem providing publications on this. There are many.
And that's good additional support.
That I heard.
I heard connectivity. I heard enhancements. I heard analysis. We have examples of dissemination.
I'm thinking it might be. It might be.
I'm not familiar enough with it. I don't know if this was computer software. When you said software development, I thought computer science, but.
I'm trying to go back and find it, because that was an amendment. I'm trying to go back and find the original program.
The challenge we're experiencing is that these are not really proposals written per se, and she doesn't have the data, the information, that in the format, which begs part of the problem of gifts.
This is a joint creation with the Engineering and Computer Sciences and Schools of Arts and Humanity promoting multidisciplinary technology development within a cultural context. The IIAE and the Trade-Off have developed a recursive platform for the development and visualization of dynamic sociocultural models which address many of the issues presented in the operational environment. While the current prototype focuses on rural Afghan village, the research and design methods developed to create this visual, behavioral, and recursive model are transferable to other geographic areas such as Iraqi urban environments. To this end, the flexibility of the prototype design, which is data-driven and dynamic, provides for supporting multiple theaters, including Iraq. That's the general information.
Around the table, it seems like.
We're trying to...
I think it's
I think it's good. I think for a later date is somehow we have a little more consistency in the information. Some
She's an
format.
authority in cyber psychology.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I mean,
she's not coding. She's
no, but she mentioned in collaboration with the computer science. So,
and they talk about evaluating how it's fitting with that domain.
And making improvements on it.
Sounds like we're ready to call it research.
Yeah.
So yes or no, she?
Okay.
It's a great research.
Well, it's just hard. It's just hard.
Yeah.
To get our head around.
Is UT Arlington on the phone?
Package that we
I am.
That is Arlington.
No, I'm Arlington.
That was Dallas.
Yeah, Dallas just finished.
So now we got.
We're tired.
You got 11, Arlington. You want to do 11?
Okay, should I start?
Well, we're losing our panel, Dale. I mean,
We don't really have a panel
We're
left.
down to a handful of people making significant.
We have a handful of people that are half here.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
that last one's taxed tonight.
Right.
Mine are pretty easy. They shouldn't take too long.
Well, the thing is, we've lost most of the panel here.
I just don't think it's a fair representation or fair.
Yeah, I don't think
and so I was comfortable up right till 4, but we're way past 4, and I told a lot of people that I was going to cut it off at 4. So most of them walked out at 4. So Arlington, I'm sorry to do this to you, but we'll. We're going to resume on the phone next Thursday at 9 o'clock.
Is it 9 o'clock?
9 o'clock. And
you'll send us...
We're going to look at the smaller awards, but what we're going to do is we're going to start out with these 11. The 11 that are questioned that are greater than 100,000.
Dale, are we for sure?
Is that acceptable?
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
You'll resend us the directions on how to dial in?
Yes.
We're for sure going to have 2 subsequent meetings.
1 or 2 meetings.
22nd and 29.
Now I'm not sure. Okay. I think we should play it by ear.
Just see how much we got covered. So we're doing all awards under.
Yeah, and
even for 1,000.
Yes, that the one that was questioned online was 1,000.
So we're gonna. Okay. Just want to know what we're preparing for.
I'll send an email. I want to look through the list one more time.
Yeah, we got to look at the refreshed lists.
And because I removed about 50 that we marked in house, I want to just look at that one more time. I'll take tomorrow morning to do that.
Okay.
And I'll get the
so
email.
We need to log back in tomorrow.
I'll get the email out to you tomorrow afternoon.
Okay. Fair enough.
That's ready to be looked at.
Good work, everyone.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.